Well, it's about trying to, rather than, I guess, the old style, I suppose, of it, 130, 140 on good surfaces. Sometimes the surfaces you get dictate the score that you're going to get. But I think it's about, trying to get above par. How can you try and do that from a batting perspective, regardless of the conditions that you're in? And that's about having depth of batting. So you can't play that way if your batting stops at 6 or 7. You've got to play that aggressive style, and with the ball you've got to have wicket takers throughout and give the captain options. So for me it's about having a multi-skilled team, having a fielding team that can create opportunities as well.
And looking at this series decider, what have you stressed on with your team for tonight's challenge?
Just adapting to conditions. I think we know what we're going to face. It's certainly going to be very similar to the other day. It's not going to be quicker. It's not going to have more bounce than it had. So, both sides know what we're going to be confronted with. We have to be smart in how terms we play with the bat and with the ball. We've got to squeeze.
You sound like a commentator. I know you like that job as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello cricket fans, good evening. I'm Roshni and today's match will be full of energy and we want you and everyone here to have a great time today. To ensure the enjoyment of this cricket match by all spectators, we ask that you please show consideration and respect for your fellow cricket fans. Please ensure that you keep the stadium and area around you clean and follow these basic cricket rules. Please do not engage in any conduct, whether through the use of language, gestures, or otherwise, which is likely to offend, insult, humiliate, intimidate, threaten, disparage, or vilify any other person, including players, match officials, or spectators, on the basis of their race, religion, culture, color, descent, nationality, ethnic origin, sex, gender, sexual orientation, disability, marital status, and/or maternity status. Such action will not be tolerated and is likely to result in ejection from the venue, the imposition of other sanctions such as being banned from the venue in the future, and possible further action including criminal prosecution. Under no circumstances may any person at the ground use a mobile telephone or other kind of communication device to communicate or in any way use or transmit any form of commentary data, audio, video, photography, statistics, results, or other material in relation to the match taking place for any unauthorized commercial purpose, or for any kind of improper betting or other corrupt and unlawful purpose. Such action will not.
It's been threatening to derail the hosts again as they chased the first win of this home season. But the all-rounders ultimately saw their team over the line with veteran holders shining brightest. And the emotional celebration showed just how much it meant.
Oh, sorry. I can't see where we are. The monitor is not working, sorry. The monitor hasn't hooked up yet. Well, they're just hooking it up. Yeah, so I don't know where we are. All right, okay. All right, welcome to Lauderhill once again. All right. Oh, it's here now. Welcome to Broward County Stadium here in Florida, where we have one more game in this T20I series between the West Indies and Pakistan, with a series tied at 1 apiece. Are we coming to me now? Right, so it is the first time that we've ever had a series decider in a multi-game T20 international series between these two teams, and the West Indies have a chance tonight to win against Pakistan for the first time in a series. Let's join Darren Ganga with the captains. Why is that? Yeah. So we should. Is that before the teams or after the teams? Hello? All right. All right, so the thing, and it certainly was a thriller less than 24 hours ago. Oh, well, I was just going to say it went down to the last ball in a final over thriller 24 hours ago. Yeah. And that comes straight off the summary, right? No, when I say straight off the summary, so we do the summary, and then we said the action, something was palpable last night, and it came down to the final ball. Relive those final moments. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Sorry. All right. But we introduced the guests on the teams, no? Right, but you don't name them until afterwards. All right. What I wanted to do, once that final over is finished, Gav and Craig, Hawkeye has the actual beehive of that last over. I don't know if they could put that to air or something. Well, we're still not seeing anything here. Yeah. Two balls outside on the right, which was to show. Yeah, it's here now, and the blue one is the boundary ball. That. Well, you confirm that now. Confirm that with Addy. Whether it's the
Craig, when are we coming in? Are we coming into that package with the last over or after that?
So that celebration there is in connection with the last over, or that's separate from the last over?
When they were doing the
I was in the shot.
You're running out of time here. Yeah. Forget the beehive, forget the beehive. Let's leave the beehive out. No, I've seen it already. Yeah, I saw that as well. Yeah, looking, yeah. Not really. All right, so let me get my sequence right here. So once we come in vision, and we we throw to the toss. Coming off the toss, the teams will be ready. All right. So that's where we introduce the guests and they talk over the teams. Yeah. Right. And then once we come off the teams, the match summary. No, we do the match summary. Yeah. Right. 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 That's after we show the footage. Well, you tell me what's best, because it comes very quickly. One run, a wicket, one run wide, and then 4. Right, and then after that, the celebrations come on the back of it. The what? What? The bowling? Right. Right. I think the additional point there with Bassett was that last ball, whether that last ball was him getting greedy or whether that was the right decision to be made to go. Yeah. Yeah, let me see. Tell Adi you can't do that to me, man. Right. So he moved from extreme left of screen to going up the stumps. That was, yeah, that's one got Sheppy out and then 2 was to Shamar. Yeah, keep it, yeah. Yep.
It has been a long time coming, but rallying West Indies fans were finally rewarded with a welcome victory last night in Fort Lauderdale.
Here we go, final delivery of the game. And Holder makes contact, and he gets it through. The West Indies win from the impossible.
Jason Holder's last ball heroics were a fitting climax, as it was his 4-wicket haul earlier that broke the back of the Pakistan batting and kept the visitors to an inadequate 133 for 9. There were wobbles in the West Indies pursuit, with spin threatening to derail the hosts again as they chased a first win of this home season. But the all-rounders ultimately saw their team over the line, with veteran Holder shining brightest, and the emotional celebration showed just how much it meant. And it meant a lot to West Indian fans as well. And we come to the decider, the third and final T20 international between the West Indies and Pakistan. The action coming to you live from Broward County Stadium here in Florida, as we welcome you to this crucial game, this decisive game in this series. Overcast skies here as well, and it's the first time these two teams are playing a decider in a multi-game series. So everything is on the table here. Let's join Darren Ganga, who is out in the middle with the captains.
One coin, two captains, and a world watching. With this coin and the toss, destiny will surely be in the air. And of course, in this series, decider. So Richard Richardson, our match referee, is also here and poised. I'll hand the coin over to Shea Hope, who will give it a flip.
Heads.
And the call is made, so we're off and running. So Salman Aga of Pakistan, you win the toss. Tell me, what are you going to do and why?
We're going to bat first. We just want to put a good total on the board and just put them under pressure by the scoreboard pressure.
Have you changed your 11 for this game?
Yeah, we have two changes, and Shaheen is not playing. She's resting. Haris is coming back, and Fakhr is injured, unfortunately. So Khush is playing. Khush Dil Shah.
You had your first loss in the last game. What were the learnings?
Yeah, we just want to bat first in the power play, and we want to, when it's come to batting, we want to finish well as well. And when it's come to bowling, I think we did really well, and we want to continue to that.
Okay, all the very best to you. Let's get Shea Hope in here.
Good luck.
Shea, had you won the toss, did you see an advantage with winning?
Yeah, I think batting first is always an advantage here now, especially with the way the pitch is gripping in the back end. But yeah, it's something that we can't control. We just got to try to win the game chasing again.
The last game, a close but vital win. What have you downloaded from that game to use tonight?
Quick learnings, very quick turnaround once again. It's important for us to make sure we keep executing. The bowlers have really been putting their hands up in the last couple of games, something that we've mentioned in some of the meetings we've had. So it's great to see that, and we're going to challenge them to be consistent again today and execute once more.
Less than 24 hours, the turnaround, I guess, from a batting point of view, not much you can say to your batters in their approach to that Pakistan spin bowling.
Yeah, well, we just need to find ways. Everything, you know, batting is always individual, but the best way, best plan that you can formulate as quickly as you can, that's what we need to do in this situation. Like I said, we got to win the game chasing again today. And the learnings that we've taken from last game, we have to put them into practice immediately today. So I'm really excited to see this win here for the boys today, and hope we can get another series win.
Have you changed your team for tonight?
No, same team.
Okay, go very well. Shea Hope, thank you for your time. Expect the unexpected with these two teams. It's Pakistan winning and opting to bat first.
Thank you very much to Darren Ganga and my guests today, Bazid Khan and Samuel Badri. Great to have them here to talk us through these two teams once again, with Pakistan batting first, Bazid.
Yeah, a couple of changes for Pakistan. Shaheen Shah Afridi rotated with Haris Rauf coming back in. Fakhr Zaman, unfortunately, has suffered from a hamstring injury, so he might not be playing in the ODIs either. He'll be flying back. So Khush Dil into the side, and as always, Mike Hesson making sure that he's got options with the ball and the all-rounder in.
And this West Indies team, Samuel Badri.
Yeah, unchanged. They have Alec Athanase at the top of the order again, just to counter Mohammad Nawaz and his left-hand spin. He was dismissed first delivery last night, so they'll expect more productivity from him, along with the youngster Joel Andrew, Ruston Chase, and that middle order needs to be a lot more productive against the spinners, particularly and through the middle overs. Lots of options with spin as well.
Same old, Basit, with a toss going in favor of Pakistan again. Do you agree with their decision?
Yeah, I think they want runs on the board, and they want like in the previous game, the spinners to dominate. They just couldn't close the innings out. But I think on a pitch where you've used it thrice, same pitch, and you've got the spinners to work with, and that's your sort of asset, I think it's a good decision to bat.
Samuel Badri, which team is in a better shape if you can put a dividing line in it?
Yeah, it's tough to call at this point in time. I just think that the West Indians through that middle overs need to be much better against the spinners, but one apiece. Anything can play tonight.
All right, let's just give you a reminder as to how things played out less than 24 hours ago, to be quite honest with you. So the turnaround is quick and sharp when Pakistan got to 133 for 9. Nawaz getting to 40. Jason Holder outstanding with the ball. Then the West Indies got there by 2 wickets. Off the final ball, 135 for 8. Let's relive some of those crucial moments of that final over with 8 required. Shaheen Shah Afridi got rid of Romario Shepherd with a second ball, and then there were singles all the way through. Shaheen bowled a very, very exceptional 5 deliveries, and then that wide. So they needed a boundary of the last ball, and it was squirted away behind square for 4. And these celebrations, Samuel Badri, what did they mean?
Yeah, it meant so much to a team that has become used to losing 6 on the trot in T20Is, and everyone was so pleased with that. They were backed against a corner, and they needed something. Their fans needed something. All of West Indies needed something. Jason Holder, who has been exceptional with the bat in 2025, was the man to provide that sparkle, and they'll be hoping, their fans will be hoping, that they can cross the line tonight again and get a series win.
I want to go back to that last over with you, Bassett, because it was such an exceptional, I suppose, 4 or 5 deliveries by Shaheen Shah Afridi, not giving up much. And then that last ball, tight on the stumps. Was that the right decision then?
Well, in the hindsight, you'd say no, but I think the wide played a part. The previous delivery was a wide, so he thought maybe the better option is going into the stumps, but with the field set, you would still have backed yourself to go wide and bowl that Yorker, which at the moment, well, in that heat of the moment, he's gone straight, which probably was the wrong decision, but when you're defending 8 of the last over, just one mistake can cost you the game.
Yeah, it is a tough game, and just remember, Jason Holder with bat, but Jason Holder with ball was quite exceptional.
Yeah, it was a historic night for Jason Holder, where he became the all-time leading wicket taker in this format for the West Indies, surpassing DJ Bravo, that 4-wicket haul, and he's been good all through that Australia series. And then in the first game as well, he is the leader of this bowling attack, a former captain. And this is the sort of performance you expect from him whenever he crosses the line. His control, and I also like the way that he varied his length quite exceptionally. So he understands what's needed in these conditions, and he produced a top-notch bowling performance yet again.
It was really, really good, and it would have buoyed that West Indies camp and given them so much life. So it's now time to hear from the man who is at the helm of this West Indies setup, speaking a little bit earlier to Darren Ganger.
Darren, Sammy, last couple of months have been tough for you as West Indies all-format coach. Of course, the results didn't go your way against Australia and initially against Pakistan, but in the last game you had a 2-wicket win. Contextualize how significant that victory was.
It was very hard, a hard-fought victory. I think probably one of the toughest ones we've been searching for. You know, you're absolutely right. 2025 has not been a good year, both on the field and off the field for me personally. But that's life. You know, life you face with different challenges and circumstances that makes you stronger. And you know, like I told the guys, the way they fought, you know, we could have thrown in the towel, but to be able to get over the line in these circumstances, it gives you that kind of confidence and instill that type of belief and that fun factor of when you go out and play to get the results that you're looking for. But it was a really hard and deserved victory, to be honest.
Right, looking at those 2 matches, of course, 12 of the 14 wickets to fall for the West Indies going to spin. How have you addressed that crisis?
Yeah, it's something that was there before you know, I took over this job, and one of the areas we focused really hard on was to the ability to maneuver spin. Some of the actions we took, obviously Nicholas Puran batting at 3, Shea Hope coming into the T20 setup, found a role for Roston Chase, and I think during that 2023 to 24 period, we were up there with the best teams in the world against spin. We moved our run rate from 6 point something to almost 8 and a little bit. But you know, we've lost Puran, you know, even this series, the amount of injuries we've had, the players we've had to replace, and we're looking for a way. But what I've challenged the guys is just to be confident. You know, I hate seeing us playing survival cricket. You know, if there's no point looking to survive and putting so much pressure on the batters to come in. Find an option and back yourself.
I like that. Final game in this 3-match series.
Yeah.
A chance to win this series. You share a special affinity with Pakistan. How badly you want this win, and what's key?
Oh yes, for sure. I mean, yes, I have a love relationship with Pakistan, but this is business. You know, we want to win a series. The captain has spoken very vocal about, has been very vocal about it. The players understand the importance of winning, you know, and especially winning a series, building towards the World Cup that is months away. So this series victory is very important, and I think that little taste of victory will push a lot more confidence in the dressing room when they find themselves in pressure situations again.
Thanks for your time. Go well.
Thank you.
Yes, Darren Sammy talking about how much it meant to the team to win last night, and it meant a lot to these fans. When we were leaving the ground, they were drunk with joy and happiness outside of this playing surface here. So every time there's a little bit of hope in West Indies cricket, these people of the Caribbean, their shoulders are lifted. Right, we get down to the business of what is under our feet now and join Stacey Ann King and Nikhil Uttamchandani updating us on the surface.
Some call them curators. I like to call them the creators. These men have worked tirelessly to make sure the 22 yards is ready. We've got our 2 teams. This is the most important one, led by Captain Milton. Thank you for your service, gentlemen. It's the 3rd time we're using this 22 yards. What about the dimensions then? Let me tell you, there is a wind today. It's coming from the southeast and it's hitting into a 63-meter boundary, but bowlers, you'll want to be using that. 67 meters the other way, so that's something to think about as well. What about the surface? Hold on a minute. That's Jason Holder, player of the match from yesterday. What about the surface then? My expert, Stacey Ann King. Stacey, what have you learned about this pitch in the first 2 games?
Well, what I've learned is that this is the area in which spinners have attacked. Spinners have been successful in this area. If I go down a bit closer, this 5 to 6.5 meter area, they've picked up wickets because of the length. If they got too full, they were able to get hit for boundaries. If they got too short, they were able to be pulled. So that's an area I think spinners are going to excel at once again, trying to target this 5 to 6.5 meter area.
And if I know that spinners are that dangerous on that length, as a batter, Stacey Ann King, what is my thought process? What are my options?
Well, Salman Aga was exceptional in that last match with his shot selection. He attacked the spinners once they got full down the ground. He was able to play a few scoop shots and a few paddles and pulls, which is going to be again important tonight if batters are to get the better of the spinners.
Players, folks, you've got your tutorial. It's time for action.
Thank you very much to Stacey Ann and to Nikhil. They're talking spin, and we will stay with that topic, Samuel Badri, because unlike Salman Aliaga, West Indies have found it a little tumultuous facing up to the slow men.
Yeah, especially in that middle phase that we've spoken so often about. They've lost 12 out of 14 wickets against the spinners. They just haven't found a way. They tried Alec Arthenez up top so he could counter Mohamed Nawaz, who's picked up 6 wickets in the series, 3 for 14 in a T20 match. That's really exceptional stuff. So what do they do? How can they counter this trial by spin that no doubt they'll be exposed to yet again? Can they use their feet? Can they play those sweep shots and reverse sweep shots? But certainly they need to find a way. They need to do much better. They recorded, what, 45 for 3 in that middle overs and 53 for 5 in the first T20I. just not good enough yet. Confirmation of the number of wickets falling to spin as compared to pace and also the economy.
And you see Jason Holder talking to two young batters there, Basit Khan, Alec Athanaze and Jewel Andrew. What sort of information could he possibly be passing on?
Well, just about the way that the pitch is playing and probably the pace of the pitch that you've got to assess. The one thing that I can say of, it's very difficult to actually change the way you play spin, but all those wickets that we saw, they were pretty upright when they were playing. The best players of spin keep quite low, and that helps you keep with the shot. You don't get out of the shot too early. And on these surfaces which are slow, Pakistan are used to these surfaces which are slow. You need to stay low to the ball, you pick up the length quickly, and also you stay with the shot a little longer. Think of Yunus Khan, think of Sarfaraz, very low to the ground. Javed Miaza, the great player, he very low to the ground. I think that's something that they could work on, not today, but going forward.
Yeah, that is a long-term development. And speaking of developments, Pakistan themselves are going through a little bit of transition, and the man responsible for leading that caught up with Darren Ganger a little while ago.
Mike Hassan, you've distinguished yourself as one of New Zealand's best coaches, but you've also had the chance to coach in other jurisdictions, like India in the IPL, for Kenya as well. Talk to me about this Pakistan journey and what you're trying to achieve.
Well, there's always plenty of talent in Pakistan, and that's always been discussed, but I think it's about trying to maximise the talent that we have. You know, trying to probably play smart cricket. I think that the thing we talk about is always that level of consistency, and you can only get that if, firstly, you have some real competition for places, and you have some real education around how the modern game is played. So there's a bit of work to do, but we're really pleased with the energy in the group and the willingness to improve and raise Pakistan cricket up.
To understand your role a little bit better, what is your coaching philosophy?
Yeah, it's about trying to understand the individual, trying to maximise the quality of the group that we have. So rather than just trying to transform the way I coached in New Zealand or other places, it's trying to understand the Pakistan culture, the strengths that they have, and trying to, you know, enhance the overall outcome, rather than try and reinvent the wheel.
You've spoken about a modern approach to playing T20 cricket. Give us a little bit of insight into what that entails.
Well, it's about trying to, rather than, I guess, the old style, I suppose, of it, you know, 130, 140 on good surfaces. You know, sometimes the surfaces you get dictate the score that you're going to get. But I think it's about, you know, trying to get above par. You know, how can you try and do that from a batting perspective, regardless of the conditions that you're in? And that's about having depth of batting. So you can't play that way if, you know, your batting stops at 6 or 7. You've got to, you know, play that aggressive style. And with the ball, you've got to have wicket takers throughout and give the captain options. So for me, it's about, yeah, having a multi-skilled team, having a fielding team that can create opportunities as well. And
looking at this series decider, what have you stressed on with your team for tonight's challenge?
Just adapting to conditions. I think we know what we're going to face. It's certainly going to be very similar to the other day. It's not going to be quicker. It's not going to have more bounce than it had. So, you know, both sides know what we're going to be confronted with. We have to be smart in how in terms we play with the bat and with the ball. We've got to squeeze.
You sound like a commentator. I know you like that job as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good to hear from Mike Hassan there. And a couple of things he touched on. Pakistan only got 133 last night, Basit, and they've committed to playing this brand of cricket. What do they need to do better tonight with the bat?
Just to be a little more careful, and actually they do go for the big shots, but in between they need to keep that scoreboard ticking. They can't sort of just rely on boundaries and then not rotate. So I think the rotation of strike in between those big hits are important, especially on surfaces where it's difficult to score runs. I think Mike Hassan is committed to the fact that they try and get 20 over par every time, so they bat deep, so they've got that freedom. But in that freedom, you also have to assess yourself. Harris has to assess himself when to go hard. Does he go hard straight away and give his wicket away? But that slight balance which Pakistan need to still find.
Samuel Badri, it's less than 24 hours since the conclusion of the second T20I. Your man has been in the thick of T20 international cricket. how does that impact the players and what effort they come to give in the field and with the ball?
And remember, Bish, that game went down to the final delivery, so there would be some jaded legs out there for sure, but that memory is still fresh in their minds of a victory, a rare victory for them. So I suppose psychologically they'll be lifted by that, they'll be boosted by that. What they want to do is to replicate that bowling performance where they restricted Pakistan for 133. So if they can do that once again and set up the chase nicely for their batters, that would be key.
What about fielding?
Yeah, of course, they want to lift that as well. I think they were a little bit better in game 2 as compared to game 1, but they want to make sure that the intensity is there, the energy is there. Once again, it's a series decider. Everything on the line tonight.
And that is history, Bassett, because Pakistan have had the wood over the West Indies in multi-game series.
Yeah, absolutely. Sets us up so brilliantly, and Pakistan normally very good against West Indies, but here it'll be a challenge, especially considering the game we had, what, 12 hours ago?
Yeah, it was intense, and thank you very much to Samuel Badri. Thank you very much to Basit Khan. The music is starting to pump up here, and West Indian and Pakistan fans are here to see their team, their heroes, win this decider. Who will do it? Only time will tell, because they've gone through their processes and procedures. The West Indies, can Sherpain Rutherford get some runs tonight? Shamar Joseph has been a star, so too Saim Ayub. Don't go too far away. After the short break, live action in the decider.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan have won the toss and have chosen to bat. Let's take a look at the teams.
One more chance for these two teams to secure glory. It's the final match in this 3-match series and a series decider in this, the third T20I between the West Indies and Pakistan. Earlier, the teams arrived, and there was a lot of anticipation because of the importance of this game. West Indies, of course, smarting after their win last night. Jason Holder, the superstar, getting his side home, and Pakistan will try to take the learnings and come back stronger. Formalities before the start of the game tonight. Pakistan team, of course, eyeing up a series win. So too the West Indies. Haven't been close to victories in recent times, and they will feel motivated from that last win. A little bit earlier, the coin danced in the air, and it was Salman Agha calling right, winning, and electing to bowl first. Pakistan, beg your pardon, will bat first, and they've made two changes to the side. Haris Rauf comes in for Shaheen Shah Afridi, and Kushdil Shah comes in for the injured Fakhar Zaman. So another all-round option there for the skipper. And the West Indies going unchanged in this game. They will want a little bit more output from their batters, more so in the manner in which they play spin. But their bowlers, they've really stood tall throughout the course of this series. So the fans coming in, expecting the action out in the middle. It should be an entertaining match. It's been attritional, it's been explosive and dynamic. Jason Holder has led that aspect of things for the West Indies with ball, with bat. Can he do the same tonight? So keen to see how this game unfolds. Bazid Khan alongside me as we open things up here at the Broward County Stadium in Lauderhill. Thoughts, briefly?
Thank you, Darren. Yeah, Pakistan win the toss, selecting to bat. They want runs on the board, and then their spinners again to try and strangle West Indies. Saim Ayub, who's had a decent couple of games. Saibzada Farhan needs runs. The power play Pakistan have been struggling in. And just a huge game in the context. West Indies never gone to a decider in a multi-game series against Pakistan. Now Saibzada Farhan normally flourishes on slowish pitches. And either side absolutely ready for this decider. Shehoff, Saibzada Farhan, he's been in terrific form in T20 cricket. Hasn't that had that translated into this series? This is the decider. They need runs up top. They need that power play to go Pakistan's way. While batting Saim Ayub, well, he's been in decent form. Very good first game for him. When he strikes it, it stays hit. So a little more pressure on him going forward. We know that Fakhar Zaman has got injured and he's out of the ODI series as well with a hamstring injury. Akil Hussain, again, very good in the power play. Got a wicket last time around too. Now, the start, as always, very important. First 6 overs.
So Shehoff will ensure that he has everything set for this first over. It's so important to set the tone to the innings, something that the West Indian bowlers did very well in that last game. Only conceded 24 runs, picked up 3 wickets. Will Pakistan give their fans something to cheer in this last match of the series? Here we go, first ball from Akil Hussain.
Starts off with a lovely delivery, very slow through the air. Now, on the surface, we've seen that if you bowl slowly, you get a little more grip, a little more turn. First one tossed up. Normally, he'll get that arm ball going very quickly.
That arm ball you spoke about, Mazid Khan. Also has that ability to turn the ball away from right-handers, so some guesswork when you're facing Akeal Hussain. Very immaculate with his lengths too, so credit to him. He's developed that control that has taken him into the top ranked T20 bowlers of the world. Off and away, Pakistan, first run. That's Arifa, one of the two presiding umpires. Zahid Basrat, the other. Gregory Brathwaite, the TV umpire for tonight's game. Still natural light here in Lauderhill. Artificial light's not taking full effect just yet. Evidence of that drift, so a quite watchful start from the two Pakistan openers.
The power play hasn't really gone Pakistan's way, so maybe just slightly getting their eye in. And Aaron, you mentioned 24 for 3 previous games, so maybe just wary about that. Maybe just giving themselves time. It is a slow pitch. They've played on it a couple of times now. They'll have an idea. They talk about getting 20 over power, but how to go about that is the key on a slowish surface where the ball does grip and turn.
Spins away from the right-hander. Another dot delivery. Very good over from Hussain. First up, 2 without loss. Bakr Zaman with a left hamstring strain. He's out of the team, I think out of the tour as well. So 2 changes to Pakistan. Kushal Shah, the all-rounder, comes in. He'll bring a left-arm spin option. There's Rauf. Replaces Shaheen Shah Afridi. The West Indies with the very same team that won last night. Again, a reminder that Pakistan won the toss, elected to bat first. Shaheen did admit that there is an advantage with batting first at this venue. I think partly because of what you mentioned, Bazid Khan. Third match being played on the same surface. Jason Holder with the ball.
Yeah, one.
Almost afford to give yourself a little bit of time. Even it is T20, modern day player doesn't want to give himself too much time, but a couple of games that we've had, it's not a surface where you can come in and strike the ball and get your innings flowing straight away. You just need to get to be in sync with the pace of the pitch especially. And that maybe is the case right now with Farhan and Saim Ayub.
It's a surface that offers a little bit of turn as well for the spinners. Big single. Little fumble allows that single to be completed safely. One of the things that stood out with Jason Holder in the last game was his sequencing of deliveries in his over. Gears his length up, gears it down, takes it a little bit wider at times to the left-handers. He's done very, very well in T20 internationals in 2025. 15 wickets so far. 9 of the 15 in the power play. So watch out if you're a batter in this phase.
Exactly what you're talking about, a wide delivery. He built that through consecutive deliveries, troubling Simon Ayub, then just around that off stump. Very good length, not full enough. And then defensive bowling skills, which Jason Holder just goes round the wicket, attacks almost base of leg stump for the right-hander, and then the change up into the pitch. Nicely timed, but straight to the man. But just the way that he constructs an over, as you mentioned, and also the fact that at the back end he's so good with that angle round the wicket, which very few bowlers tend to use. Into the pitch, the length's good, and also the variation with the Yorker.
Enjoyment of his cricket as well was evident yesterday. Punched away, there is protection. One of the things you don't often highlight is his height as well as a bowler. 6'7". He's a tall man, so that release point is very high. Had the chance to bat against him, so oftentimes when you're in your stance, you have to look up and then look down. So that is something that is a little bit unique when facing such a tall bowler. You will get to is a little extra bounce on a regular bowler with a standard height. 5 overs in that, 5 runs in that first over, correction, 7 without. Was the last game, the West Indies won by 2 wickets. They had to score 8 in that final over. Jason Holder was on strike, had to complete 3 off the last ball, and he struck a boundary. So West Indies securing its first win, 7 T20 internationals.
Fabulous game, went down to the 20th over, last delivery. And I don't know what we'll have to watch out for. It's an emotional game, huge game, and back-to-back games now. The intensity in the field. How will West Indies now lift themselves up again? It's emotionally very draining when you have such a game, and have such drama, and you come onto the field again, almost the same day. So you'll have to watch out how well West Indies do in the field. They were exceptional last night.
Slug swept, and it goes for 6. So the first real evidence of power.
Against the spinners, that is his area, mid-wicket and long on. Gives himself room, but it is the arm ball. It's sort of skidded on rather than holding in the surface. So the shot to leg worked. A release of pressure. Saibzada Farhan with his first 6.
Room leg side against the bottom edge. Get a sense that this sort of approach by Farhan is quite calculated, quite measured. He's had the chance to face the first over from Hussain. He knows the ball is angling in primarily, so he went with the leg side option, now trying to give himself room to hit offside, expecting that inward movement.
Stacey did a wonderful pitch report mentioning the fact that even with the spinners, you can't bowl full. On this surface, you need to be back of a length. That previous delivery is just bowl into the surface. And again. Ball for 2, they're hustling, but no, good fielding, just a single. So the spinners also, they can't afford to pitch the ball up. It's much better just to be slightly on the shorter side. This is what West Indies want. Intense fielding.
Saying once more. Before the game you were talking about the approaches required to counter spin, and you spoke about low center of gravity, that judgment of length, which I think is absolutely crucial to be effective as a batter against good spinners. So you can use the depth of the crease, you can get forward, be precise with your footwork. So far they're trusting the bounce, so another very good over. End of the third, 16 without loss. So Akil Hussain bowled 3 overs in the power play. Second T20 international that the West Indies won. Will Shea Hope copy-paste such an approach again? No Fakhar Zaman in this batting lineup tonight. And no look batting lineup. Last ball, last over. It was frustration from Farhan. He's not getting it off the middle of the bat, not finding the gap too. Energy in the stands, spectators out in their numbers. Quite expectant.
Overs, 16 without loss. Roshan Chase into the attack, more spin. The off spinner to the left-hander. Previous game, as you mentioned, Akil Hussain bowled 3, but taking wickets in that. It'll be interesting if he does bowl 3 again in the power play. Right now it's the off spinner.
Sweep shot comes out. So a proactive move, you can say, from Shea Hope to get Roston Chase bowling to the left-hander, trying to extract some turn, go round the wicket with the angle, maybe threaten that LBW decision. The other counter to that, Bazid, is Salman Aga spoke about the ball getting a little bit older as the innings progress, and it assisting spinners a little bit more later on in the innings. So will it be green? Will it be maroon tonight?
Just sense that a little bit of frustration now creeping in. Maybe the big shot is round the corner. This decent sort of start. The way the modern play is structured, he doesn't like just knocking it back for a single. With just that 1-6 so far. Now it's the off spinner to Farhan. Farhan will be looking leg side. He's looking for that slog sweep. Roshan Chase should be wary. Protection on the leg side, but that won't hamper Farhan. Farhan will try and hit him out of the ground.
Wasn't on that occasion, so just measuring Roston Chase. As you often find with batters facing a new bowler, Chase has done very, very well so far. Only 3 from the over. Can he close it out? Use of the feet. And there comes the big stroke. Nails it. Farhan gets the right result for Pakistan. After 425 without loss.
Yeah, lovely use of the feet. He's always going to target that long on mid-wicket region, but made sure that he got close enough and hit it all the way. He is the powerful striker.
Stages of the evening as well as the series. Both teams coming out of a series loss. Pakistan going down against Bangladesh, West Indies against Australia. So this will mean a lot. It is Akil Hussain for a 3rd in the power play, 2nd game in a row. And this has been a clear plan now from Pakistan to push the West Indian spinners off of that length.
Good use of the feet and a smart shot to get it over mid-on. It's not long on, it's mid-on. So once he gets close enough to it, at this stage they have to try, as Farhan is doing, trying to get those boundaries. They've been in there now, 4.1 overs.
On in, which sometimes you see back for a left-arm spinner, spinning the ball into a left-hander. 2 guys are square leg side. Oh, and we spoke a lot, Bish, you have, Stacey and King in the pitch report, a lot about the ideal length. West Indian spinners have used the pitch a bit more today, and hence the use of the feet by the 2 Pakistani batters. To the right-handed Farhan. Again, Hussain having both his deep feeders on the leg side. There's a long on and there's a mid-wicket. Maybe for the arm ball. The wind is coming from the southeastern side of the ground, which will help Hussain with his shape in.
He's been trying it a couple of times to hit the ball through the offside with those deep fielders, as Nikhil mentioned, on the leg side. Another option. Sometimes batters will take the chance to sweep behind square, but that's a risk trying to take the ball off the stumps.
This has been excellent options and adaptation by these 2 Pakistani batters in the last few deliveries.
That's one of the options. I was thinking the orthodox sweep going to backward square leg. Instead he goes reverse sweep, which has become part and parcel of upsetting the spinner within the power play. They can't guard everywhere, much to the delight of these fans.
Was a touch fuller. 10 from the over, 35 for them.
Disappointment of the power play 24 hours ago with 3 wickets going down. Just a bit above 20. Much better start. compared to that tonight. Still not a flying start, but better.
Mohamed Harris likely will bat at 3 without Fakhar Zaman, his usual position. He's open at times as well. Look out for the Aga and Hassan Nawaz in the middle. Shamar Joseph bowled the 6th over yesterday as well, went for just 1 run. He's having a good series across the phases, changing his length and just back edge of a good length. The 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. There's a deep point and deep square. Hasn't timed it as well as he would have liked. Farhan, it just plugs. There's been a lot of rain earlier today the ground staff had to deal with. A lot of rain.
He kept the bat face presented though in the direction of the shot. So with mid-off and mid-on in position, he really just needed to get it beyond them. He was hoping for more. So how does that impact the length? That wasn't a bad delivery. How does it impact the length of Shamar Joseph? He might pull his length back slightly.
And similarly in front of square, and Farhan knows he's got a license to hit there, with Joseph's protection being behind square on both sides.
Changing the field based on the intent of Saibzadza Farhan. With those 2 shots, they've brought the deep point up and pushed out that deep square and deep mid-wicket. So the line of Shamar Joseph has to be as tight into the off stump as he can, or even inside of that without being too straight. Maybe still hold his length. I don't know if he's brave enough right now to be pace off.
Rutherford came in at point, Bish, and remember that's where he was taken yesterday when Jason Holder was bowling, though, so taller bowler. But they had the deep point out for Holder where he was caught. Joseph got him in the first game.
Each bowler has his plan. Jason Holder, an outswing bowler, a guy who's tall, as you said, who can get the ball to shape out, and he would have his own plans, because you look at the length that Jason Holder's bowled in the series, most of it has been full for his success, most of it. Shamar Joseph, on the other hand, has been more back of a length for the most part, apart from an over and a half yesterday.
Excellent crowd in, 6,000 plus. Still the deep point in for Farhan. Deep square and deep mid. But he has nailed that. Even with the field spread deep leg side. Backing himself, Farhan, this evening.
And Joseph saw him tailing out towards the leg side and tried to follow him. Sometimes you just have to say, well done. You could see him try to follow the batter. But he invited him into that line and kept his option open. And even if there's a slight wind, that has cut through it like a sail. So this is Pakistan's best power play this series. Far cry from, what, 23 for 3 yesterday, 24 for 3.
Neither stays the same. 47 for none.
Pakistan hoping to dance to the rhythm of their own tune. In Florida.
Strong opening partnership, and this is ideally the way that Mike Hesson wants his team to go about things. Be aggressive in the middle, in the power play rather, carry into the middle, and you've got depth with your all-rounders. You've gotten an electric start thanks to this opening partnership.
Pahan has been the one doing most of the heavy lifting. Played nice and aggressive, struck the ball crisply. I wonder if they've made an assessment already as to how their surface is playing, what is a good score, what can they target based on the resources, all of them remaining, and what the West Indies will throw at them. So the power play scores, this is the best of the 3 they've had so far.
Moti 2 for 39 yesterday, even with Ayub on strike, left-hander. Shehope backing his bowler. Didn't see this in the first game when it was Ayub and Fakhar Zaman. Never bowled an over.
That is something Shehope will have learned, I'm sure. And I'm a big fan when you have newish captains in a format that after each game, they come back inside after the game, whether they succeed or fail, and they sit down with a member or 2 of the coaching staff, either on the night or maybe the next day or a couple of days, and say, this is what you got right, Shea. Maybe we can think about doing this a little bit differently next time. Nikhil, because I feel those things are important. That is how captains grow. They don't grow by doing the same thing over and over or not having anyone to advise them. So my coach, my senior player will act as advisors. My analyst will act as an advisor. He's not telling me what to do, but he's making suggestions as to how things can be better next time. And it's up to Shea or Roston, if it's a red ball team, to say, yes, I like that or I don't like that.
Comes up. So ideally, Bish, would you like your final decision then to come down to Shea and Roston for them to have the autonomy?
Well, they're not 22-year-olds. They're already 30 and beyond. So they're not kids. If you have a very young captain, you might be able to dictate a little bit more to him. But for guys who have been in the game for a while, no. Similarly for Ravi Rampal, for example, the bowling coach. He has to be mindful of who are the young ones in the bowling attack that he can lead and who he can go up to as a senior. Like Ford is young, so he's sitting next to Ravi and learn. If it's older, suggestions.
Enjoy that, you know, Bish, seeing the relationship Matthew Ford and Rampal are developing, watching them before games. Ford hasn't been playing much, but there's been a lot of communication there. Rampal is challenging him to get more out of his ability with his wide Yorker, as we talked about during the Australia series. We know his in-swing is there. They're working on an outswinger, so upskilling. Almost impossible for Shehope to catch. Correction, Joel Andrew to catch that. 51 for none. A night 24 hours ago, or less than 24 hours ago. West Indian fans, sport cricket that connects so many people. Imagine some of these people have moved away from the Caribbean and are back enjoying and seeing the team that they truly love. 1 for none after 7. It has been a truly enjoyable and relaxing trip to Fort Lauderdale. I'm sure Bishop has relaxed just as much as I have on the lovely beaches. Of course, after the research and cricket, thinking over, head over to the Everglades. Just a lot to see and a lot to do in a diverse nation. Jason Holder only bowled 1 over in the power play today, so Hope has got an option for having his most experienced and often his go-to wicket-taking option in the middle when a partnership is forming like this one, and potentially at the back end later on. He's dismissed Saim Ayub twice in this series in 2 games. Once in the first T20I with a straight Yorker after setting him up with a wide one, and also in the power play yesterday going wide of off stump. He's got his deep point in place. He's got deep cover. Mid-off is in. And because that mid-off is up, Saim Ayub says thank you. Some player.
That's a top shot, because he too has to understand what the plan of Jason Holder would be to him. And the length gave him enough of a chance to free the arms. It's still not an easy shot. But instead of hitting it square where the sweepers are, he says, nah, I'm going straighter. That is applying some pressure to Jason Holder, who's been terrific. Now, how does he adapt and adjust?
Shamar Joseph for 6 down the ground, similar length. It's placed that in the gap as well, so he wants 2, they'll just stay for 1.
We were talking about senior players and coaches educating other members of the team, and this was Jason Holder before play, and I loved this when I saw it. Pulling Alec Athanaze and Joel Andrew aside and passing on some of his hard-earned advice to these 2 youngsters, and that is the dynamic of what should be a good team or become a good team. That's what you want from your seniors.
Yesterday when he won Player of the Match, he said his main motivational factor is to leave West Indies cricket in a better place than it was when he started. And he's made it very clear he still wants to play Test cricket, even though he has commitments and franchise opportunities around the world. And he spent 9 months out of the international game, and he said it burnt a fire in him. Blazed the fire. We're seeing rewards and results of that.
We hope wants results and rewards for a wicket. He's asking now because Saim Ayub has to move things along once he's assessed the pitch with Farhan doing the heavy lifting so far. How can Shai Hope prize out one and break this partnership? Akil Hussain has bowled 3, Holder is in his 2nd. Shamar Joseph has bowled 1. Gudakesh Moti 1 and been very economical. So big decision here coming up in the next, I think, 2 or 3 overs to prize one out.
Not seen Shepherd as yet either. 59 for now.
After 8 over 8 overs, about 59 for no loss.
Over the infield, will get at least a couple, 80 and 86. And that's what they've done in the middle phase in both games thus far. And they're looking to replicate that once again, this time with a much better platform. a heavy emphasis under this new dispensation has been the way they attack the middle overs 7 to 15. And in both games to date, they've done incrementally better. Can they get somewhere around that vicinity? And that would take them to a very, very competitive total. Yeah, we see the love from the many of you who have come here at the stadium to support the team in green. There is support for the team in maroon as well. There you go. Asian King alongside me. What can the West Indies do here at this stage as they search for their first wicket?
Yeah, they've been patient, the West Indies bowlers. They've tried every possible thing in terms of the lengths in which they've bowled. But this is just an excellent start from Pakistan. Farhan whipping this one into the leg side. Ayub, I beg your pardon. And picks up another boundary for Pakistan.
Yeah, errant from Gudakesh Moti. A lot of pace on, but angling down the leg side, so he just helped it. He's such an intelligent cricketer, Saim Ayub. Knows exactly where the fielders are and uses the pace of the bowler. Very familiar, those two, having played together in the CPL. And then he just nudges it quite easily for another single. Another humid night here in Fort Lauderdale. Lots of rainfall earlier today. Ten runs from that Moti over, 9 gone, 6-9 without loss.
Now the best start for Pakistan in this T20 series, 69 without loss. The openers are setting the tone.
Projected scores, 10 wickets in hand. That's the important thing. A couple overs ago, the second ball of that Jason Holder over was smashed, one bounce for 4, and it went directly onto the covers. The ball got significantly wet. Straight away, Shehoop went to the umpire in an attempt to get it changed. The umpire didn't have any of it, so I just wonder what sort of impact that would have on the spinners. Gudakesh Moti in that previous over was looking to bowl quite quickly, and that anti-stick sort of substance that they use directly on their hands to get a better grip on the bat handle. Right, change in bowling. Shamar Joseph returns. An expensive start for him.
And that might just be the length for him to bowl that Yorker length delivery. It's something that worked in the first T20, but just guilty of being a bit too wide at times. Yeah, discussions. 140 clicks, that delivery from Shamar Joseph, but again, it's a Yorker length. Nothing for Farhan to get under.
This now is the longest opening partnership for Pakistan in T20Is for some time. Crunched away, good bit of timing straight to the field. In the last 2 years, they haven't had an opening pair go into the 10th over. And so it's a wonderful little start in this match for them. No doubt they'll be looking to forge something wonderful as they go deeper into their careers. Now though, how do they bat these next couple overs or so, knowing what they have in the sheds? We heard of the philosophy of the Australian Stacey in that 5-match series. It was sort of the top batters not trying to get in the way of the power that's behind them. A good change up there from Shamar Joseph. So those batters in the top 4 were sort of batting as though they don't want to use up too many deliveries, too many overs, and not have enough for the power that they had at the back end of the innings. You just wonder what these guys are thinking now that they've been so good and they're entering into the second half of the innings after this one.
Yeah, you'd almost think it's a similar testament because there's only been 18 dot balls in this innings so far from Pakistan. So they've tried to score off every possible delivery. If it's not a boundary, it's a single.
Yeah, away from the fielder should be a boundary. Wonderful ball striking, placement and timing, a wonderful fusion from Farhan.
Searching for that Yorker length delivery again, Shamar Joseph. Yeah, but quick hands from Farhan. The ball just races across the ground. Rutherford had no chance of stopping it. Actually, he gave up.
Yeah, 177. Is that above par? Something Mike Hesson has spoken about. That's crunched. That's mammoth. That's disappeared. Wonderful, wonderful again from Farhan. He likes it. They like it.
Farhan is in a whole mood tonight. Strike rate of 150, courtesy shots like this, stand and deliver. Dismissed. 3 sixes off his bat. He moves on to 48.
Strike rate of 150 on the cusp of a half century. Moves on to 49, another expensive over from Shamar Joseph. 13 coming from that one. At the halfway stage, it's 82 without loss. Pakistan winning the toss yet again, deciding to bat first. The Sani water break. Let's have a bit of hydration. That 82 represents the best, the joint best opening partnership for these two, for Pakistan in the last 2 years. Wonderful combination, right, left, taking on everything that has come their way, showing that intent, that positivity, and great skill as well. Farhan has been quite aggressive and belligerent in his approach. Yeah, no wickets for any of the West Indians yet, 5 of them used. Yeah, we're in beautiful Fort Lauderdale. So many diverse cuisine to experience. I think that's the standout thing, the variety that's on offer. Anything that you can think about, you can find somewhere or the other. And if you want to whet your palate and to satiate your appetite, this is the place to come. Yeah, August 1st to September, special month. Dine out Lauderhill. Mario Shepherd, is he going to feast tonight with the ball firstly, and then perhaps a little bit later on with the bat? This is Gudakesh Moti. So for the first time tonight, we're seeing the burly all-rounder in operation. They're desperate for a wicket, desperate for a win, a series win. The West Indians, it's been a long, long time. Once two, just a single. Half century for Farhan, his third T20I half century, his first against the West Indies. And he'll know that he has a long way to go still in this contest and not just be content with this. Also has 6 T20 hundreds to his name. Only Babar Azam has more in T20s for Pakistan. Just one couple bounces actually.
And the two previous matches just got a few starts, 3 and 14, Farhan. So the clarity of where he wants to score, his shot selections, taking on the West Indian bowlers. Backing himself as well. From 34 tonight.
Lots of discussions for both teams during that hydration break, quite animated. And usually you get a clear indication of what those messages were the first over after the break. And Mike Hesson and his senior group having that discussion. Batters out in the middle. They're also feeding information one to the other as to what they think is par and over par. And on the other side of the equation, Darren Sammy to Shea Hope. What can they do? What strategy can they come up with as they strive for their first wicket? So many things change during the course of the match. The subtleties, the nuances of the T20 cricket match.
And for them, the conversation should be around, or would be around, if we're not getting wickets, how do we restrict the scoring? 5 fours and 4 sixes hit in the innings, 20 dot balls. So if you can't restrict the boundary scoring, then you need to at least restrict the singles.
Just his third T20I half century in Farhan, and his first against this opposition. 4 sixes so far, looking to add to that tally. Wonderful ball striking and good timing. He enjoyed that one. Hold the pose. And he'll know that he wants to get a big half century, not just a 50-odd. Is that wide again? Yes, it is. Yeah, Romario Shepherd isn't in agreement with it. It's just a guide, that wide line, that blue line rather. I think I'm in agreement with the umpire Romario on that one. Oftentimes, Stacey, we talk about someone in the top 3 getting a score, a big half century, 80, 85, beyond, to set up the game and to bat the opposition out of it. Now that he's gotten there, he wants to make sure that he cashes in. It's not a surface where you can come in and get going immediately. So those who are set needs to make sure that they get the most out of it.
Yeah, correct, and that's something we saw across this series, this T20 series. Once a batter gets in, it's difficult to hit boundaries right away. And so once you're in, you want to bat as deep as possible. Yeah, send those messages out.
'88 without loss.
And that's a bad over from Romario Shepherd, based on how scoring has gone so far, just 6 runs from that over. Dr. Kishore Shallow, president of Cricket West Indies. Attendance.
A couple towers there. They'll want a few more. Pakistan haven't gotten anything over 16 or close to 20 just yet. I think we're getting to a stage in the game, Stacey, where everything has to go with these two. So it'll be pressure on Ruston Chase in this over. He starts the over against the left-handed Ayub.
Yeah, and their running has been excellent. Hope he hasn't hurt himself, Rutherford.
They seem to be in some agony there. Sherfin Rutherford remains on the field though. Dot delivery so important. Every dot delivery will put a little bit more pressure on these two, knowing that they have those 10 wickets intact. And they want to get going, they want to show that real acceleration. Not that they've done bad as yet. Is it well weighted for a couple? No, it's not. Doesn't show too much discomfort there that time, Rutherford.
But it's also good on the 2 runners to not try and take on his arm. I saw the grimace a few deliveries ago. Picking up and throwing in one action.
Right, positive matchup for Sahibzada Fahan against Chase. He's wrong the wicket, might be looking to fire it in. Yorker length. That's wide, very wide. Trying to stay away from that hitting arc, Ruston Chase. Drill down the ground for a single. Good result for Chase. who I suspect prefers bowling to the left-hander.
Yeah, just force him to play into that leg side area. He does have a number of shots, those sweeps, those pulls, those paddles. Current run rate 7.97, so healthy.
Here's an appeal, no interest from umpire Basaratha. She is just signaling that it's pad or pants or something of the sort. Tidy over so far, just 5. Can he close it off? He can, just a single. 12 overs gone. 94, 10 wickets in hand.
And the West Indies will be continuing to try to hit that length. 5 and 6.5 meters. It's worked for spinners on this pitch. What is a good score if you're Pakistan with 10 wickets in hand? Power. Searching definitely for 80 plus. And built in nicely this evening. And Romario Shepherd yesterday started well. Bowled the 13th over, went for just 4 runs. It was his follow-up over that Hassan Nawaz took down. That will be the back of his mind. And do we see a change in intent for Saim Ayub? Good evening, Bazid. How are you?
Oh, very well, thank you. And just seems as if Pakistan now will think, yes, just under 8 overs remaining, 10 wickets in hand, it's time to pull the trigger. Saim Ayub 40 of 35. Sahibzada Farhan was really up the ante, but the way that Pakistan are set up with the all-rounders, chance, difficult one.
Putting that down as a drop, Bazid. You know you're a harsh taskmaster.
Yeah.
Wow.
Got a hand to it. Technically a drop. But, you know, of a follow-through, it's just pot luck if you're going to grab that, because it's been hit so hard. But technically...
I hear you. And technically, does Shepherd continue to go wide as the West Indies have done to Ayub with deep point, deep cover and long off? They do. So Ayub makes a superb adjustment. Hitting through the leg side. 100 comes up.
Yeah, fabulous shot. He's waltzed away to the offside and dragged it leg side. Come over. And it's gone all the way. Pakistan 102 without loss. This looks ominous for the West Indies.
Exciting talent. The way he's adjusted to the West Indian planning. Goes again. Boundary panache to bring up a second 50 in this series against the West Indies and third in T20 international cricket. It's taken him a while to find his identity. He's getting closer.
And now he's in his element. Saim Ayub took his time up the order. It's a good partnership now, everything. The toys coming out. The low look shot swept away to the fence. 50 of 37 deliveries for Saim. Partnership growing. These two batters have taken the game to West Indies. Goes again, over extra. Just a single.
It's a good lesson, you know, Basil, because West Indian fans and the West Indies themselves have got young players. And Saim Ayub had one T20I 50 in 33 innings, folks. And they continued to play him. Mike Hesson, even when he came into the job, backed him, changed the partners at the other end. This is why.
Fabulous player. He's already stamped his authority in ODI cricket. Now he's turning to T20 cricket too.
Good execution to end the over from Shepherd. He'll want to do that more. 108 for none. So long Pakistan had Babar Azam and Rizwan at the top of the order. They had 800 plus partnerships between them. This is the first for Pakistan that is not Babar and Rizwan since 2016. It's a new era. It's the Ayub and Farhan era. Will they back these two going into that T20 World Cup and Asia Cup? We've seen Harris, we've seen Fakhar Zaman, of course. Now these two. It is Jason Holder back, as Shea Hope often does when he needs a wicket. He goes back to his senior bowler.
And again, Farhan, whenever he's played recently for Pakistan, he's delivered. Third T20I, he's 50, really set the tone. Walks across, smashes it leg side. Just a single. Saim was allowed to take his time because of his partner, but once he's in full flow, a very elegant player to watch. Very good over extra cover, very good through the offside, but his trademarks are those leg side pickup shots. The no-look shot and the sweep shot. It seems as if he's very comfortable now. He could be in for a lot of entertainment because now he's going to flick the switch.
Bowler's got the option to go straight and wide from around the wicket in both innings, Basil, both 50s. He started slowly around a runner ball in the power play, which is a risky way to play if you get out, because you always hear maximize the fielding restrictions. But when he's given himself a chance, he has accelerated in the middle overs.
Yeah, that's how he's played so well in one-day cricket too. The little pocket leg side come back for two. But his success in one-day cricket has revolved around that, giving himself a little bit of time when he first starts and then get into rhythm. Now, this surface actually allowed him to play that way too. It demanded that you give yourself a little bit of time. We've seen the two games that have been played here. It's very difficult to come in and strike the ball from ball one. So he give himself a little time, and that's when he does bat well, his best. Sometimes you're rushed in T20 cricket. You think every ball has to go and you just don't get into that rhythm. You actually have a little more time than what your mind suggests. Look at the first 10 deliveries. He's given himself time. Even those 20 deliveries, just building it up. And then he started to accelerate.
Right-handed Farhan. Holder wants his leg side field to come a bit squarer, so his deep square as well as fine leg. Maybe for the short ball, which has been used against Farhan, because he's a puller of the ball. And there's only one fielder deep on the offside, it's deep cover. Bluffs him. May have been thinking straight, just goes wide.
These two have batted so well that it seems as if it's a better pitch than we've seen in the first two T20Is. Maybe the little rain that you talked about today has helped in the preparation of the pitch, but chance is there, long gone, no. Runs. But we will see when the Pakistani spinners operate how good this pitch is. So far these two have made it look pretty simple. And there's no such demons of turn and the ball stopping in the pitch.
Hope's first option and Holder, wicket-taking option, hasn't produced it. Does he go to Hossain from the other end, who's still got one over remaining? Or does he maybe think about a Roston Chase or a Moti? Field is changing. There's a secondary fielder offside. Deep point, fine leg is in. Whippage. Race to the boundary. 119 for none.
A full toss, he's very strong through square leg, mid wicket on one knee. Smashes it away. 19, 6 overs remain.
Off the last 5 for this opening partnership that continues to flourish. Adjusted well against spin in the power play. I've just gone through the gears nicely. So Jason Holder was Shai Hope's first option. Here is his second. Akil Hossain for his final over. Hope will be desperate for a wicket. It is to the left-handed Ayub. Starting wide outside of the hitting arc.
A full toss, picked away leg side. With the fast bowler or the spinner, his slog sweep works really well. Disappointed because he just missed his length with Holder. Akil Hossain, normally when the batter is going, especially a right-hander, tries to bowl it slightly wide. Do the same to Farhan. Hiding it outside off stump. Making the batter hit offside, off the back foot. With the spinner, it's quite a lot of strength. With Pakistan happy, absolutely, why not? 121 scored already.
Just seeing those young fans there, Bazir. For so long it's been, I want to be the next Shahid Afridi, I want to be the next Shoaib Akhtar. Now it could be, I want to be the next Saeem Ayub, 23 years old, Karachi. Hassan Nawaz, he could be the next star.
You already have a poster there. I want to be Babar Azam, King Babar.
Next generation is coming, Bazir. Watch out. We've seen it before from Farhan. That one too wide.
Pitched over. Akil Hossain has gone even wider outside off. Assisting with just hiding the ball outside off stump. Not a bad tactic though.
Changes angle. Coming now around the wicket. Akil Hossain with 3 fielders deep leg side. trying to push the ball across. Direction over the wicket now. He started around.
A little change in the field now. That point fielder drops back, square leg in the circle. So try and just angle it away. Try and bowl outside off yet again. Can Farhan produce a sweep shot from that angle?
There's the sweep. And Bazid, we talked so much about that 5 to 6.5 meter length for the spinners to hit. Pakistan today, these two have made an adjustment in pushing the West Indies off of that length. Even that last shot, options against the spin. Can the West Indies take a page out of that book? Stopping in his action there, Hossain. This was early on, so Akil Hossain hitting that length consistently, Baz. They took a while to adjust, and then there was almost a conversation, and very quickly you could see a lot of movement, both laterally coming down the pitch as well. I wonder if Floyd Reefer is assessing that as an option for his batters of intent when Mohammad Nawaz and the Pakistani spinners come at the West Indies later on. They continue to show that intent against the spin. The slog sweep from Farhan has produced serious results, 130 for none.
Just going full, just too full. And once he's seen that, he's gone. Smashes it away. Searching for the ball pitched up. Do exactly that. It's decent over before that. The ending goes Pakistan's way.
So much power to come from this Pakistan side, and Hassan asking his team to upskill themselves with bat in hand. We've seen a new blueprint. Aggression, they've got to maximize though. 10 wickets in hand, platform is set. These next 5 overs, Roston Chase.
I think Pakistan will be aiming 180 minimum, but 190 at least from this position going ahead. It's the ball that is slightly pushed up to the bat. Wrong length, and paid the price. But yeah, without having lost a wicket, Pakistan will be looking at 12, maybe 13 in over from here on in. Try and maximize final few overs.
50 is the minimum. If you get below 180, I think if you're the West Indies and you keep them to under 180, you think you've done a good job given the platform. But this middle overs batting, Baz, some of you spoken at length about, they continue to get progressive batting in the middle.
That's the change that Pakistan have had with Mike Hesson. Bat deep, they want to take maximum risk. Once the openers bat 16 overs, such a valuable asset to have. Players at the top of the order who can bat against spin equally well. It makes it a tad easier, but Mike Hesson will be thinking, yes, 134, but can we get to 190? Can we get even further? He's always looking for that 20, 30, something extra with the bat. He's talked a lot about the batters actually getting you above par, and the batters not leaving any sort of run on the field when they come out after 20 overs.
Good over from Chase thus far. He varied his pace well. He's gone up to 112. That one last one, 88. And we've seen him at times when he's given the back end to bowl, he's got the option of firing in a few deliveries under the bat as well.
It's been very decent from Roshan Chase. He wants to get out of this over without conceding a boundary. Take 7, take 8 at this stage. Just wants to get out of this over. Be able to restrict Saim Ayub. Over the wicket to Saim Ayub.
They've experimented today against a spin. 136 for them.
One more over for Jason Holder. A couple available from Shamar Joseph and Romario Shepherd, as well as the left-arm spin of Moti, with Chase having one more. So it will be Shamar Joseph bowling round the wicket, and I would assume with the deep offset field will go wide of off stump. He does go wide of off stump, tracking it, and it lands safely. Unbelievably hit with miss-hit with precision. Hello, Darren Ganga.
Hi, Ian Bishop. Greetings all. Fireworks time, as they say in T20 cricket. The last 5 overs will impress on batters to get as many boundaries as possible. So West Indian bowlers will be under the pump. Did mention that Jason Holder has 1 over remaining. Usually you see him with 2 at the back end.
That's high. It's another chance. Well, that's what they wanted. It wasn't easy for Shea Hope, but it ends a very good innings from Farhan.
And a very good partnership too at the top for Pakistan. He was looking to slice the ball, use the pace, find the boundary, but Shamar Joseph comes up trumps. Might be a little bit delayed, but this is a positive thing for the West Indies. Good half century from Farhan. It's 138 for 1.
Hassan Nawaz, top scorer in the second T20 International with a 40, and very strong, as we saw then, one of his areas down the ground. But very good use of the angle from Shamar Joseph.
It's a ploy that has worked well for the West Indian fast bowlers. You think of Jason Holder and his success with the ball from that angle, set angle.
There's a deep point, as there was for Farhan, which dictates to a large extent what might be coming again to Hassan Nawaz, with a deep extra cover there and a long off. So he has no one a deep square leg. So you don't want to risk getting too straight. He's changed his angle now to over the wicket and is now pushing the square leg back. So the deep point comes in. So that might mean, no, he's changed his mind again. He's coming round the wicket again. So does he look to go maybe into the stumps? Does go into the stumps, straighter line, and good running.
It's great to see that Shamar Joseph is changing his feel, trying new things, of course working in alignment with his skipper. What he's not doing is, of course, settling to one approach in this, the 17th over. He wants to keep the batter guessing all the time, which is very good from the outset. He'll want his execution to also back this strategic move.
Joel Andrew says he's not sure. Shamar is looking at Shea Hope. Shea Hope is not convinced. Yep, he says no. It's a fine margin for error because it's a short fine leg. So if he gets outside the pad and there's some bat on it, it could go for 4. So that's the risk reward of that line. Short ball at Nawaz at all in this series so far.
Yes, looking the same in that second T20 international when he played that innings. 40 from 23, struck a lot of his runs in the V. We only saw about 70% of deliveries in that short area that you're speaking about, Ian Bishop. So tactically, I think that's a good option and a good move against Nawaz.
Risking a couple of wides, and it really is dicing with danger with that short fine leg in place there. No bat a couple of deliveries ago. Top balls are gold at this stage. Wonder who they go with from the next end, with Holder having one, Shepherd still available, so choices to be made.
It's a little bit wider. Nawaz just opening that front leg, so he didn't have the reach to get far offside. It's usually a challenge when you open up to hit leg side.
There is the short ball, and it's travelled. So now we have an answer to that. All the way for 6. 149 for 1.
Yeah, the short ball option, we spoke about it, but I don't think the field is set for that type of delivery. So it's something that Shamar Joseph and Shea Hope will have to discuss. Again, the ball going all the way for 6, so even if there was a deep fine leg, would not have had a chance on that occasion. looking at this bar chart and I'm thinking to myself, is this surface better than what we've seen in the previous 2 matches? Nikhil Uttamchana Dani did speak about there being a lot of rainfall earlier today, so the water table a little bit higher in these hot, dry conditions. Just ask Hawkeye to just give me a little bit of an idea as to how it has spun. And spun in comparison to the previous days. And there we have it. Turn on the first innings in match number 1 as compared to 2, as compared to tonight. So less average turn for the spinners. Maybe a little bit better for batting, less challenging for the batters.
That perhaps says that Saeem Ayub has to have a move on with all the resources that they have still available to come. He's striking at 128. So he has to try, and if he dies trying, not literally, then so be it. Very good from Chase, getting the ball underneath the bat and moving the batters around the crease.
Again, the West Indies might feel that Pakistan is ahead, and yes, they're in a very commanding position with the bat, but even what I said about the surface, this is not a bad position. If they can close these few overs out and give themselves a target of 180.
Very strong down that area, as we saw particularly in the previous game. Hassan Nawaz.
He's playing to his strengths. We all know how capable he is to this type of delivery. If you're in the slot, you don't get the Yorker right. He's powerful because of that high backlift and those long levers. He tried to take him a little bit wider, outside off. Let him hit inside out.
Ty, has he? I don't think he has distance. Very good, safe hands from Romario Shepherd, and Chase strikes, just varying, maybe length and pace as well.
Very guyful, taking pace off, showing courage to put a little bit of revs on the ball. And he reacted to the batter as well. Batter going offside, he followed him and allow him to hit easily leg side. So good smart cricket by the West Indians. Nawaz producing 15, it's 158 for 2.
Mohammad Harris hit a 6 off the first ball, and the only ball he faced in the first game. Didn't quite fire in the game yesterday. He can be an impish sort of player, scoring different areas when he gets going, but he's never consistent.
Catch!
Off the mark. 159 for 2.
After 18 overs, Pakistan are 159 for 2.
Yeah, strange type of innings by Pakistan when you look at the boundaries. 8 sixes, just 7 fours, so more lofty blows going over the boundary rope as against along the ground.
Aliaga, Kushdil Shah, Mohammad Nawaz available for Pakistan. Jason Holder to bowl his final over. Because Mohammad Harris, they know Mohammad Harris, and Jason Holder would have encountered him in the PSL. At least he puts the fine leg back. Made to take off. Now that will go to the television umpire.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire's review for a run out at the striker's end. Can you give me your best side on shot, please? Ball is collected. Stumps broken. Batsman short of his ground. Ready with my decision to the big screen.
The throw from the outfield spells the end of Mohammad Harris for 2, 160 for 3. Kushdil Shah, 37 matches, an average of 17, and the strike rate over his career isn't what he would like it to be, so he wants to improve on that. Jason Holder has a deep backward point in place for that wide delivery if he chooses. Good stop. But the parry, yep, good stop, keeps it to 1. Well, I thought they'd keep it to 1. That was a little bit sloppy. And run out with Mohammad Harris a little short, but in real time there was a slight bubble and an overthrow.
Not a bad effort so far from the bowlers. Fielders still need to maintain their composure, provide that support. And I reckon the West Indian bowlers, they're doing a fabulous job in terms of restricting boundary scoring. Jason Holder was a little bit frustrated with Moti. He took a long time to get the ball in to effect this run out. Run around the ball as against run into the target. Sweeping through that offside. It's a little tactical move you can make as a fielder in the deep. Go towards the ball as against around. Have to assess the pace before you do such.
Jason Holder's so often gone to the Yorker in this series, and he's been outstanding with it. Hasn't got the deep backward point, so Saeem Ayub giving himself a chance to get under the delivery if it's full, and he gets it, gets under it. It was a full toss in the end, but that's exactly why he was deep in his crease and the result they were looking for.
Yeah, really good smarts that you need to apply to your game to counter the opposition. And we've seen this from Ayub throughout the course of this series. Always one step ahead of the bowler, trying to give himself a chance to achieve the outcome. He speaks highly about his organization, his ability to customize his approach, and that is one customization that has paid dividends.
That was his first boundary since the 13th over. He's in the same position. Holder is arguing that Saim Ayub was outside the off stump, so the line should have moved. He gets no favor from Reefer Jr.
Well, he has a point. He has a material point, because usually that blue line you're seeing offside moves according to the batter's movement as well. My estimation, that shouldn't be a wide. That back leg planted firmly across offside, so that blue line must shift equivalent to that movement away from the off stump.
Catches the cry. And taken again by Rutherford. Third time in 3 matches that Jason Holder has got Saim Ayub in this series.
He will be disappointed, because usually as an opening batter, when you get to this stage in your innings, this is the icing on the cake, when you have a chance to go after all the bowlers, search for boundaries. Yeah, very disappointed that he wasn't there to the end, but he's played a good hand. 66 from 49, it's 170 for 4.
There's a fielding penalty for not being timely with the over rate. So one extra fielder has to be brought into the circle for Shamar Joseph. He's got a deep mid-wicket, long on, deep backward point for that wide delivery. Does have to drag it from wide. He calls for 2. They get 2 safely.
This is a critical over in this match. Jason Holder just prizing the wicket of Saim Ayub. Another half century from him. But it makes it easier for Shamar Joseph at this back end. He's bowling to 2 relatively new batters in this final over. Remember, the target in the first game was 179.
Good point and deep extra cover in place. Yeah, just a discussion to decide what plan. And I like this again from the West Indies with Akil Hussain and Jason Holder getting involved with Shea Hope. The older heads, the experienced heads, adding their view. Nothing is wrong with that. Go wide of off stump again. Goes wide, but not wide enough. That's a good strike. It's a brilliant strike from Kushdil.
He's a powerful striker of the ball. Hasn't produced the very big innings in this format of the game, but he strikes in T20 cricket at just about 136. So he'll rely on all that wealth of experience in the format to get him through this final over. Does well in the second ball. Maybe pushes Shamar Joseph to change his plans.
Yeah, the deep point comes up. There's a deep extra cover, or sight is impeded, and a long off. very good, because he shifted the field. He had to be on a straighter line, and that was good execution.
Remember, he's also bowling with that on-field penalty of one extra fielder coming into the inner circle, so doesn't have the latitude of too many options with his deep fielders. I always like to see bowlers take power hitters wide off stump, challenge their technique, take control out of the hitting zone and that hitting arc. At the moment, he's aiming straight, and he has to execute well. He has to hit the target.
He's going to stay straighter because he's pushed his square leg, his short square leg, back to deep square leg. So only one deep fielder offside at long off. Gets away with it. Not where Ashraf intended it to go.
Might be a good thing for the West Indians to have Ashraf on strike as against Kushdil. He's only faced one ball so far, and there are two legal deliveries in this, the final over. So Pakistan now going into the 180s, 181 to be exact.
Round the wicket. Picked up nicely to close things out. That is a lovely shot.
Not sure this needed a change in angle. Shamar Joseph just making it easier for the left-hander to use that angle from round the wicket to hit to that leg side. Credit to Ashraf. Only his second ball, he's managed to find the middle and to use the pace.
Gets the Yorker in nicely on that occasion and keeps it to one. No, it'll come back for two again. There's sloppiness from the West Indies that gives an extra run. And Pakistan end at 189 for 4 from their 20 overs. The fans like this batting performance. Time will tell whether in the decider it is a match-winning score. 59 runs have come in the last 5.
And it's the best in that last 5 over phase of the series. So there again, Pakistan making use of the brilliant start at the top. That partnership of 138 really paved the way. But you just never know. We did mention that this surface looks better for batting. So the West Indies will have their work cut out. We'll probably be able to find a little bit of inspiration from this first effort with the bat. Farhan and Ayub got themselves in, got half centuries, and gave Pakistan control all the way through. And they finish on 189 for 4, the highest score we've seen in the series so far.
Akil Hussain, none for 32 from his 4 wicket to Jason Holder and Ruston Chase, as well as Shamar Joseph, but he was expensive in this accommodation. 2 overs for Gudakesh Moti for 14 and a couple for Shepherd. Decisive game here, and the West Indies, their target is 190 from their 20 overs, the asking rate at 9.5. We'll take a short break and we'll be back here with more in a little while.
We are in Lauderdale, Fort Lauderdale that is. It is the end of the CWI T20 series. West Indies have got 20 overs with a chance to win it. They need to follow up this batting performance with 50s from the openers and get 190 to win. Saibzada Farhan is his third T20 International 50 in 6 innings. He's been in and out of the team. Let's not forget his 4 T20 hundreds. 3 of them in the National T20 Cup, 1 in the PSL. So he's found his best and found consistency as well. Very strong in front square. He plays the slog sweep against the spin. Those red strokes locked through long on and mid wicket. That region leg side. Badger alongside this partnership, 138 between the openers.
Yeah, the best in 2 years for Pakistan, really set that foundation, and there was not much that was needed thereafter, after they batted so well. Farhan and Saim Ayub, a man who's very familiar with this opposition, having played in the CPL before, started off quite briskly. And I thought that he batted quite intelligently, gave the strike as much as possible to the other batter who was on the go. Yeah, acknowledging the applause. And just look at his range of stroke play. He's quite diminutive in stature, but he packs a punch. He uses the pace of the deliveries at times, but also can hit it down the ground. Wonderful display from him tonight.
And he's just lost away at the end. 30 came from the last 2 overs, 19 from Shamar Joseph's final. He goes for 57. Jason Holder again economical across the phases, much like Roston Chase, who bowled 2 handy overs at the back end. Started with Joseph going to Farhan, going wide of off stump, and he thought from there they could pull things back. But a good execution again going to his Yorker.
Yeah, the West Indies were searching for wickets. It didn't come until quite late in the plot. Very, very slow from Roston Chase. He thought he had it, Hassan Nawaz, but didn't get the connection that he was after. The delivery prior to that was smacked for 6. Chase took all of the pace out of it. A simple catch in the deep. Jason Holder, fresh from a 4-wicket haul last night. It was a good throw, very accurate, good bit of wicket keeping. It's an awkward bounce. Just look at where he had to take that almost on the half volley. And another one to his tally in this series for the big man. Wide, full. Finally, Ayub fell.
So the West Indies will need 190. This won't be easy, but many around the region and here in Fort Lauderdale will be depending on the men in maroon to get the runs and the win. We have to deeply thank the people of Broward County here in Florida for the way they've hosted us, not only on the field but off of it as well. It has been a pleasantly relaxing experience, and you can take in some nature as well as the sun, the sea and the sand, flora and fauna. We will definitely be returning at some stage to do some shopping and play some cricket. Thank you, Lauderhill. Had some outstanding cricket games in the past. Think about that 245 game, the West Indies and India years ago. After today, we move on to the CG United One International Series, Trinidad and Tobago. We are coming. And that series goes from the 8th of August to the 12th. Games happening at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Love that they tie in a bit of culture, so you've got the tassa drums, the stilts, to help create the experience for the West Indian fans, and then the Pakistani fans have had the sounds of Coke Studio and others blaring through the speakers. Of course, they too have come with their memorabilia in green, whereas Zahid Bassarat, such an important 20 overs, folks. Mentioned it earlier, these two teams very much in an experimentation phase and still trying to find their identity. For Pakistan is trying to find their strongest 11 for that T20 World Cup. The West Indies, without many of their senior players, widening that talent pool.
Opening pair for the West Indies, a man in his debut T20 International Series, Joel Andrew. He's shown some good stroke play, albeit quite briefly. We want to extend that, get out of the power play through the middle and take that innings quite deep. They're very much in the infancy of his international career. The young man out of Antigua, we've heard his story. The man from Dominica, Alec Athanaze, will partner him, he too, in the infancy of his T20 international career. Played all formats now for the West Indies. Hassan Ali, quite expensive last night, will be opening up for Pakistan. Sahibzada Fahan, we understand, is off the field due to some cramps, and so there is a substitute on the field. Almost ready for the chase.
Slip in place, deep point, deep square. My word. Exquisite. I think Saim Ayub, who has batted for almost the entirety of the first innings, has done well enough there.
Yeah, they'll want to have another look at it because he just pushed the cushions back. I think he did well from where I'm perched a long way away. He pushed that cushion back, but the ball doesn't roll back where it originally was. So that's good work in the deep. One run saved. Every run will be so crucial. We saw that game last night, didn't we? A win off the last ball for the West Indies.
Around 3. Especially as we go into the middle overs, the running between the wickets, the intensity. This is a young pair. That is an element of the West Indian batting effort. Even if you can't hit the spinners for boundaries, can you still score off of more deliveries?
Absolutely. I just want to see if there is a cerebral approach from them tonight with the right-left combination in particular.
That had class written all over it.
Yeah, this is just a glimpse into what this young man is capable of. I saw him play one of that strokes last night, but it was straight to the fielder. Tonight, though, he finds the gap. Yeah, head over the ball, eyes on the prize, the timing supreme. The result, what he was after. Yeah, I just want to see how they utilize this right-left combination, given the exploits of Mohammad Nawaz.
Again through the offside. Will be 4 more, so Joel Andrew in his flamboyant self.
Yeah, they're dancing, they're waving, they're signaling. Continues to be quite expensive. Hassan Ali short and wide and really asking for trouble. An expensive start, 12 from the first to 4 deliveries, exactly what West Indies wanted.
Shaheen tonight, folks, usually bowls the first over.
A lot of the time, the approach of the batting team is dictated by the score. They know that they have to play a certain way, and sometimes that freedom, that emancipation of the mind allows them to sparkle. Clearly evident from the initial exchanges.
That is so good. After standing his ground throughout the over, to use his feet there. 16 for none, the Joel Andrews show.
Yeah, there's that freedom of which I spoke about. Knows that he has to go after the bowling, and so he can really unfurl and unleash. 16 from his first.
Here is where the West Indies have ran into a brick wall. It's been a wall of Mohamed Nawaz. And Joel Andrews himself has had his difficulties against Nawaz. He's got him in both games, and seen that flamboyance against the pace. It's against the spin where he's struggled. But Athene is on strike first, who also was dismissed yesterday evening. Very first delivery. He's one that sweeps. He likes his sweep, both conventional and reverse.
I wonder if he started off with an arm ball there. Nawaz, high speed delivery. He gets inside the line quite early. And it's important that he sort of takes this matchup. 3 for 14 with his returns last night. Can't afford any bowler to record those figures in a chase of 190 plus.
Long on, and there's also a deep mid-wicket. 3 for 23 in the first game, bowled just one power play over yesterday evening. 1 for 6 in 2 power play overs. Excellent. Excellent from the West Indies in 9 deliveries.
The young brigade putting on a show. Yeah, they're happy. They're all smiles. Good decision making from Alec Athenes, looking to hit the ball in the direction from whence it came. This is a frenetic start for the West Indies. They'll want this to continue. There's a change in angle, though. He's round the wicket now.
Fielders are still on the leg side. I wonder how much that first sweep from Athene is just put Nawaz off of that length, which he's so good at hitting. The good length, almost 4 to 5, no, 5 to 6 rather. Fearless batting. Darren Sammy said earlier he doesn't like survival batting. He wants his batters to pick an option and bat themselves.
Yeah, for much of this game, the West Indian fans have been quite sedate, and understandably so. They get an opportunity now to roar. This is quite belligerent stuff from both these two youngsters.
Complement each other nicely, these two openers. Athene prefers the spin with his sweeps. Joel Andrews prefers the pace.
Yeah, the first one just getting inside the line quite nicely. That was a shot of beauty. Real pugnacious stuff from Athenes. And Joel Andrew in the first over. Pressure exerted on Pakistan.
Mid long off. Andrew wants to, hustling. Good urgency from these two openers, 33 for none.
Nawaz in his first over has already conceded more than he conceded in all of his spell last night. What a difference a day makes.
Series on the line. This is the decider. It's perfect to have it here in Fort Lauderdale because you've got the excellent mix of fans. Diaspora everywhere. What a night, what a weekend for them. Some have flown in from different parts of the United States, and Haris Rauf, a man who knows these conditions well. Played the first game, none for 17 in 2 power play overs, missed the second, he's back for the third. With a deep point and deep square is a tactic that teams use against Athenaeus, forcing him to hit down the ground.
And just have a look at the various lengths that he was able to counter-attack. Use of the feet for the final of those 3 boundaries. Yeah, the fearlessness and the exuberance of youth on full display. He showed tremendous talent ever since that Under-19 World Cup, where he scored that 130 against South Africa.
Running between the wickets, there's been a great understanding between these two. Communication loud, they're taking off straight away. And they're wearing proudly a West Indian jersey which has got streaks of maroon amongst yellow. This guy needs to move because we need to see the jerseys. Guys, go on to windiescricket.com on social media, scan the QR code on screen, and be a part of the movement. Maroon fire is the theme for the jerseys.
Malik Athene is called in for this series as reinforcement. He was participating in the Windward Islands 50-over tournament in St. Lucia just prior to his call-up, and had to find his way here to Fort Lauderdale in quick time. Came in actually on the night of the first game and hence unavailable for selection. Johnson Charles started, and then he came in for the next 2 matches.
He didn't execute that, Joel Andrew, but nice to see he's thinking about that option.
Something on it, but it didn't carry through to the wicketkeeper. This is where the learnings, I suppose it is a learning curve for the young man. Both of them really off to a good start. How do they continue with this momentum? Sure, it's about being risk tolerant, but it also has to be calculated. High pace from Rauf, so it's a different proposition. And I quite suspect that what Aga will try to do is rotate his bowlers in the first 6 and not let any one bowler bowl consecutive overs. And that's a ploy captains use when they're under the pump.
Tries the ramp again. Thinking batter, Joel Andrew. Again, good running from the West Indies. This has been very fluent from this opening pair. 38 for none.
I must admire their loyalty, the way they've rallied against this team, even though things haven't gone their way of late. They've come out in their numbers. Much appreciated by the players, I'm sure.
Pakistani players who saw Babar and Rizwan last night, they're in for the ODIs. Of cricket and president of Cricket West Indies there in attendance as well. Dr. Kishore Shallow, middle of the three. Linford Ivory as well, left of screen. The four. Fahim Ashraf didn't bowl yesterday evening, but will have a bigger role to play without Shaheen.
Overs for different bowlers. Miles Bascom, director of cricket, also there in the yellow polo. So the three dignitaries of West Indies cricket and the youngsters being inspired, seeing some of their heroes live.
Bird Invery, the COO there as well. And we know Fahim, who likes to use the seam and get the ball moving away off the pitch from the left-handers and into the right-handers. We know he'll be operating in and around that good length or just back edge of a good length. So if you're Athenaeus, are you thinking about, like we saw in the last over, a ramp with fine leg in, is the deep point and deep square outside the circle. Can you use your feet and come down the pitch? He needs to be full of energy against this ball.
Just eking out a single there. Caught a little bit by surprise, admittedly, Nikhil and viewers, the way this surface has played tonight. It seems to have quickened up a bit, quite unlike what I expected. Third game on the trot. I just wonder if that rainfall, heavy rainfall, I understand, earlier today, some of it got on the pitch and just quickened it up a bit. But certainly it has played the best of the three matches.
And got 47 in the power play, and then they continue to accelerate in the middle, 83. That will be the differing factor for the West Indies. For Shea Hope, who will come in at 3, for Rutherford, who struggled against spin. 17 overs of spin the West Indies have faced in 2 games. 8 overs have been dots. So that is a problem. What adjustments can they make? Will be safe. We've seen Joel Andrew trying to be progressive in these 12 deliveries, using his feet, playing a few ramps. Hasn't faced much spin.
Fortune favoring the Brave. 8 runs, I think, in the last 11 deliveries or so. So Pakistan fighting back after the first 2 expensive overs. And usually when there is a quiet little period, something gives, either a boundary or a wicket. I'm not calling which one.
Deep mid, as well as the deep square. Both fielders committed to leg side. Found his length well. Good control of length in that over. 42 for now.
Good start and chasing a total of this magnitude. 190, you need to get a good start. Haris Rauf for his second over in the power play. A deep point and deep backward square. Dropped it. One of those that you want to hold on to. And by the way, I'm not a big fan of the stumps lighting up as the bowler just jumps into his gather. That could be very off-putting with the lights and the stumps.
Yeah, driven off his and through the hands of the fielder. Andrew will have to be cautious. This is usually when he loses his shape, trying to accumulate runs after a few dot balls.
Tie, it's a chance. Hassan Ali takes the catch, so Haris Rauf strikes. And that is a celebration and a half.
Yeah, the opening partnership broken with 44 on the board. Joel Andrew again just trying to heave this one into the leg side. It's an excellent tracking from Hassan and an excellent take. Look at the celebration, brilliant from Rauf. Yeah, as he sees the back of Joel Andrew, he goes for 24, West Indies 44 for 1.
Joel Andrew departs 24 off the 15 ball. Incoming batsman, number 4, the captain of West Indies, Shea Hope.
Shea Hope makes his way to the crease, and Hassan Nawaz will be a relieved man, having put down Joel Andrew the ball before at cover. Encouragement for Rauf and Pakistan. Shea Hope, can he trust the bounce on this surface? That's the shot of a man who trusts the surface a bit more.
And this is the wicket of Joel Andrew. Just trying to heave this one, but not getting the connection. Yeah, very well tracked and very well caught in the end. Celebration. Brilliant.
Squeeze away for 4. The extra pace of Rauf taking it to the boundary quickly. Good on Athanaze.
Just using the pace, opening the face and guiding this delivery down to that third area. This is excellent for Martinez. Very well timed.
Yeah. 50 comes up for the West Indies, so they're bettering the power play of Pakistan in terms of volume of runs. Pakistan were 47, but without loss. Ruston Chase padded up with Shufin Rutherford.
And I like this from the West Indies batters. The run rate, they've stayed over 10. The required run rate is 9.23. So other than getting boundaries, they've been able to rotate the strike.
Dighton Butler. All sorted. Great deal of carry on that at pace. Harris did well to stop it. 50 for 1.
Eight runs on the wicket coming in that over. Joe Andrews went for 24 from 15. So his best start so far, just a 1 wicket.
Another 140 to get for the West Indies. Series decider. Ashraf got his line wrong. Good again from Alec Afanese. Looks in good touch and innovative here tonight.
And it's already 7 fours for the West Indies. Pakistan scored 7 fours and 11 sixes in their innings.
Such a wonderful opportunity to have Afanese back, because if he can kick on and get a run, get a score, it gives the West Indies more options with that left-handed batter that can bat up at top. He can bat at 3, 4. Him scoring in the CPL half-century in Barbados. Can't remember if it was last year. But it was just full of so much touch and orthodoxy. And he can sweep. We saw him strike the ball down the ground tonight. Exactly what the West Indies want. The other thing that he does is that himself and Andrew ran well between the wickets, which wasn't the case with Andrew and Johnson Charles when Johnson Charles played in that first game.
Yeah, I think for me the takeaway is their communication in the middle, those two, the opening pair.
Hope looks like he's in overdrive. Every delivery so far has a level of intent about it. In this last over of the power play as well. Playing some red ball cricket again in the not too distant future, because West Indies have invested in him. He hasn't made the best use of it, but having had the investment in him, you don't want it to be cut short prematurely. Still think that they need to continue allowing him to build across formats.
A good rotation of the strike. With awareness, he knows where he wants to score. So there with the skipper, who rotates the strike pretty well. He has worked on that phase of the game, of his game, in Chehope.
Out 26 in the last 4 overs of the power play after getting 32 in the first 2, 33 in the first 2, 59 for 1. A good power play though.
From that over, and 59 from the power play for West Indies for just the 1 wicket. The best power play start for the West Indies in this T20. Chasing 189. Needed a few quick boundaries. That's exactly what the opening pair was able to do. Artanays and Joel Andrew found boundaries at regular periods. Just the loss of the wicket of Joel Andrew. 59 for 1.
Mohamed Nawaz is back, bowling 1 over for 17 in the power play. Athanaze took a liking to him, sweeping him, hitting him down the ground, starting round the wicket with his field set back. Takes a couple of runs. This is good. This is what we call rotation of strike in between the boundary balls. Just playing with the line into the open gap, weighting it well.
Yes, soft hands. He knows that that leg side field is set. All those fielders on the boundary.
Eyes on Harris behind the stumps, who's now in front of the stumps. The bowler likes it. They'll go to the captain. And they go for the review.
TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for LBW. The original decision on field is not out. I've checked the bowler's feet. Fair delivery established. Can we move on to front on, please?
Ball yellow.
Ball is passing pretty close to the bottom edge of the bat. Can I get Ultresh to confirm if there's contact between bat and ball? Tredge is coming up. There's a spike as the ball is next to the bat. I'm satisfied there is contact between bat and ball. I'm going to go back to Zaid on field. Zaid, I'm going to ask you to stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen now. Make your signal.
Very good from the umpire. And we're assuming that he sensed and spotted that edge. And you have to applaud them. You have to applaud them when they make good decisions.
Just feel for Mohamed Nawaz as well, because he would have gotten that in the second match via that LBW route. So again, just attacking his stumps and forcing him to play that sweep shot, which he has done and excelled with tonight.
On a better pitches, the dot ball percentage in the power play was heavily reduced compared to the first 2 games in the power play. 20 in the first game, 18 in the second, and only 11 tonight so far. I wonder when Pakistan, yes, when Pakistan go to the left-arm wrist spinner Sufyan. And very busy from Alec Athanaze.
Is clear to score off most deliveries, if not all. There's good support in Shehu, very quick between the sticks as well. What will do is just force the bowler to possibly bowl either slower or fuller.
I agree with that. You don't get to bowl quite often at one batter for a long period of time unless there are a number of twos, which means the scoreboard is ticking over. So there are a lot of benefits to that rotation in between boundaries. 65 for 1.
Last 30 balls, 32 runs scored, which is the 1 wicket. That's Joel Andrew, who went for well played 24. To see him carry on just a bit more, getting starts.
Eight tools so far, just 13 dots in the innings. It's partly to do with a better surface, but also partly to do with greater intent from the batters. Saim Ayub dismissed Shehope. I think it was the first game of the series. Seeing him for the first time, that combination of carom-balls and off-spin. You can get your merchandise for either team in and around the ground. I'm sure that'll be throughout the series. They move on to Trinidad and Tobago, South Trinidad for the ODIs. Rizwan will be here. It's what he brings. This will be his joint equal highest score in T20 internationals, with opportunity to go well past it.
Again, we've spoken about how do you play against these spinners, these Pakistan spinners, and excellent from Artanis. Now forces the question as to a change in feel, a change in length. First or second ball of the over goes for a boundary.
I mean, it's quite simple on that point. As the deep point goes back, that if you can't get to them because the length is down there, the sweep is an option because you can reach to it without necessarily leaving the safety of the crease. Sometimes you'll get dismissed by it, but it is an option that has to be worked into the West Indies game more often.
And what they did in that delivery, or the two deliveries prior, is send the deep point out and send him just a bit squarer. And still able to rotate the strike, still able to get the single, keep that run rate, that required run rate under 10. It's a good partnership building, 27 from 20.
Yeah.
And was the carom ball that last ball to Shea Hope, so he bowled a lot of carom balls to the right-hander and off breaks to the left-hander. And there it is, carom ball. Just 6 dots for Alec Anthony, 6. This is his highest score in T20 internationals. Good return and time to kick on even further. 73 for 1. And singles, 3 twos, 5 fours, and 6, and just 6 dots. That's, I suppose, conditions based to an extent, but also his busyness.
Fabulous start to the chase, 73 of 8 overs. Easy to kick on. It's a good pitch. Best pitch of the 3 that we've seen. Spinners aren't getting that grip and turn, but it is those middle overs, Jamil Badri, where West Indies have faltered. Today they need to do better. Wise to go inside out, just a single.
You know, Alec Anthony has shown his, I suppose, talent from the very first international match he played in that ODI against the United Arab Emirates, where he equaled the record for the fastest ODI half century on debut back in 2023. Hasn't quite kicked on as perhaps persons would have hoped. That's in the air. Will it land safely? No, it's taken, it's pouched. Saeem Ayub. And that man again, Mohamed Nawaz, with another wicket, 7 now in the series, the leading wicket taker.
Yeah, just enough turn. Just enough turn for Nawaz. He wasn't right up to it, so just short of a length. It's a good catch, comfortable catch. But a wicket that Pakistan needed, Nawaz provides. Captain Shea Hope, he departs for 7. It's 74 for 2.
Incoming batsman for the West Indies, number 68, Shafeen Rutherford.
An important strike for Pakistan brings Shafeen Rutherford out in the middle. Really haven't seen his best in recent times. He's calling for a couple of sixes in his direction. 2 left-handers out in the middle now for the West Indies.
Yeah. Outside off to you. Again. Little. Very little. That's it. Off some.
Ball is coming on to the bat better, so maybe this is the pitch where Rutherford can get those runs, because he likes the ball coming on to the bat. Slightly better this. Previous 2 pitches, just the ball holding up, especially with the spinners. But Nawaz in the wickets again.
And there's a damning statistic for Sherfin Rutherford as we see the wicket of Shea Hope again, not to the pitch, and so a lot of elevation and no distance. 7 wickets in the series. They struggle against spin, Sherfin Rutherford. That's wide. Have to reload that. And dismissed 8 out of 9 times in recent times against spinners. He's up against them tonight. Averages 4 in that phase. That's gone. That's a massive strike from Sherfin Rutherford. That's what he can do when he's on song.
And just in his zone, Nawaz just searching and going slightly full. And that has been crunched big time. And Rutherford produce a few more of those. Get some rhythm into his innings.
Direct hits might have had him. Good bit of fielding. Wanted the single. There was a good response from the non-striker. It'll be interesting to see what a direct hit would have done. And he wanted it. He was keen. He might have been home comfortably anyway. Haven't seen him bowl yet. Off spin from the captain. Was good single in the end again. 10 runs from the over. Brought a wicket though. 9 gone. 83 for 2. Wonder if there's a consideration from the captain himself for a couple overs, as there are 2 left-handers out in the middle. Anthony is with that reverse sweep though, can counter that. Well set, Alec Anthony is good partnership at the top. 44 for the West Indies. 2 wickets though, just hampering them slightly. Rutherford off to a good start. This partnership now starting. We'll see the left-hand wrist spinner, Sufyan Mukim, into the attack for the first time tonight. A wicket for Nawaz again, 1 for Rauf.
Bowling from the north end, number 13, Sufyan Mukim.
In Lawrence Rowe here for this series, the Jamaican stalwart. And look at that economy from Mukim. What can he do tonight against these left-handers?
That googly, that'll be potent. Also the flipper. West Indies get on top of him. The reverse, and it's gone through. The dive over the ball from Hassan Ali, and it goes to the fence.
Yeah, the skill, it's something that he has played, or a shot that he's played quite frequently in his career, be it white ball or red ball. So it's not something new. He's practiced this quite a lot. And one of the ways, as you've heard previously, in which to counter the spin. If you're not using your feet, you have to find other methods.
The opportunity with the left arm wrist spinner is that, especially in the first over, he'll offer you couple of deliveries that are short, so the opportunity is there. Important that West Indies get another partnership here. The target's 190. You get to that, you need a partnership here. Athenaeus maybe get to a 70, 80. Rutherford also get into his work. 90 is quite a decent total to chase down. It is a close game, but the partnership here swings it towards West Indies. Poor delivery, should have caught more than that. He hit it straight to the fielder, missed out.
High speed from Mokim when he's trying to bowl that flipper or that leg spinner. A lot slower when he's bowling the googly. Does he have the courage though to bowl that googly into the left-handers? The power of the West Indians. And the wrist spin again, flatter again. Off the first ball of the over. Just 5 from it with 1 delivery remaining. And that's what you need to do. If you get off to a good start in the over, ensure that it's an 8-run, 9-run over, 10-run over. Misfield again, 2 is the call. They want 2, they take 2. A little bit of a delay with the return and good awareness and running. Halfway stage of the innings. West Indies are very well poised at 90 for 2. Yeah, he's having the Sani hydration break, and let's all join him.
West Indies 90 for 2, requiring exactly 100 from the next 10 overs. Alec Athenaeus is still there. It is an absolute vibe in the stands. I've come to show you guys my 2 favorite things. Firstly, my stomach. What do we have here, Claudine? From Jamaica, we've got many different ways to do cricket. This is curry chicken. Claudine, is this something you used to cook in your days back in Jamaica?
Yes, and I still cook it here in America.
So did you cook this?
No, I didn't.
Come on, Claudine. I was hoping I could get some out the pot. What do you love about this dish?
I love the taste of the curry with the white rice. It's just missing fried plantains.
Okay, we'll get some plantain for her. Now, I've exposed the Pakistani side of things to some West Indian. Hasim, what do you have there?
I'll jack chicken.
Tell me your thought. First time eating jerk chicken?
First time, yeah. It's halal. We don't have it halal where I'm from.
What do you think?
It's very good. Very tasty.
Your new favorite dish?
Yeah.
Lovely. Now, stay with me. That was my first favorite thing. My stomach. Secondly, the signs. Look at what I've got here. I'm going to start all the way to the right and come over to the left. Win or lose? What? Win or lose? What are you thinking?
Win or lose, I'm born West Indian.
Hold on. Win or lose? Win or
win?
He says win or lose, but he has an extra O there. Now, what about here? Tonight is we night, but no win, no roti for Moti.
Best perform Moti, if not, no roti.
Oh,
He's all the way.
So he needs to score 50 and then he gets his roti.
More than 50.
All right, back on the way. Simon Ayub is into the attack. I've saved the best one for last. It is 50 for Alec Athanaze. He will be very pleased with this effort, making a return to the T20 International format. First time since August of 2024. He will be critical for the West Indies. His left-handed presence as well. Now, guys, I've saved my best for last. Don't show us on camera. Our husbands think we are at work. Ma'am, how could you lie to your husband?
I'm sorry, honey.
Wait a second. Who's this? Wait, show. Guys, be careful. Wives, be careful how you leave home. Back to you guys.
Wonderful strike, good placement from Sherfin Rutherford. After the water break, that over usually gives a clear indication to what they're thinking and what they want to do. That is real skill from Sherfin Rutherford to play that shot in that direction.
Looks in good touch. He's hit one over the top of mid-off for a maximum. This one just caressed over extra. Powering this leg side with just a single. They need a couple of big overs here just to ease the tension. The required rate is almost touching 10. You don't want it to go into double figures and more. These two, maybe Rutherford right now can just accelerate slightly. But it looks as if it's a good pitch, so West Indies will feel comfortable.
Yeah, and this is good. In addition to the boundary hitting, the strike rotation, the running between the wickets, that's so important. It really helps the cause and not let that required run rate spiral too high. Only 7 dot deliveries in the innings for Alec Athanaze. If you can't get the boundaries, at least ensure that you're rotating the strike and keep that scoreboard ticking over. Good so far from the West Indies.
Nine off. First 5 deliveries. Wants the single, no, just sent back. So 9 off the 11th. 98 for 2.
Much between the two teams at the moment. 92 of 54, just over 10 runs and over. Will be Sufyan Mukim to continue. Where's the balance of power, Baz, at this stage?
Gotta say West Indies, the way that they've shaped up, but nothing much in it. A wicket here and it swings back to Pakistan.
Yeah.
think that this spell from Sufyan Mukim, the wrist spinner, if he doesn't leak too many, then Pakistan are in with a good chance. They've got Haris Rauf to follow. I think high pace on this sort of surface is very good at. So yeah, Pakistan have a few options, but for West Indies it is paramount that these two especially just step on the gas slightly right now.
That's a huge appeal. That's close. The wicketkeeper think it's gone. He's convinced. Salman Aliaga will have that customary discussion. Don't seem to be going for it. Might be some bat involved, perhaps, is what they're saying. It looked pretty adjacent. Hundred up with that single.
Catch!
And there's a calmness about the way these two are going so far, Baz, that I quite like. They don't seem to be panicked.
Yeah, it just seems that they have it under control, but still feel that don't want to leave it too late. Jan Mukim attacking the stumps. It was the LB shout, but definite glove on it. So good from the captain Salman Aliaga, overruling Haris. Last delivery of the 12th.
Good over, really good over. And that will build some pressure. Only 3 off it. Best over of the innings economically. 101 for 2.
Six options used by Pakistan. 89 from 48 balls. So the next 3 overs will be critical for either side. What we've seen is an average score of about 60 in the last 5. Take that in the context of this chase. West Indies need about 30 in the next 3. This is a critical moment. When you're playing a T20 match, you can't leave a lot of runs for the last 5. Backload the innings, you can't do that. So Shofane Rutherford and Alec Atenez must know that they gotta get a move on.
Good ball, yaar.
Stacey and King alongside me. How exactly are they going to achieve this?
Yeah, they definitely need to keep rotating the strike. They need a few boundaries as well. It's been 12 balls since a boundary has been struck. Because of good bowling, the run rate has now climbed into 11.48, the required run rate.
Big shot in the gap, and that's 4, so that will help with the acceleration. We'll get West Indies closer to the target. So Alec Atenez, he takes the initiative.
Yeah, boundary after 12 balls. Well, this is good from him. He's been there from the inception. Into that cow corner region.
It's low risk. The only way he can mess up there is with the execution. Use of the feet, aims straight and does very well. This is really terrific batting from Alec Atenez.
Yeah, back-to-back boundaries now, back-to-back 4s. advances down the track. The fielder is just a bit wider, so can't get around in time. Pressure on Ayub.
And the gap. So again, so critical for these 3 overs to go for at least 30. That's fabulous from Alec Martinez, just chipping into the line. That's low risk. So another good option, good decision made by him. Goes across, and to his demise. Siam Ayub has come up trumps for his team.
The last delivery of the over. Trying to go for another big hit. Comes off the toe of the bat, slices off, and makes for easy catching. Yes, Ayub has the last laugh. He has the last say. He got the wicket of Artanes, the well-set Artanes. And he goes for 60 from 40. West Indies 110 for 3.
Alec Artanes departs 60 off of 40 balls. West Indies number 10, Austin Chase.
Ruston Chase, the right-hander, is looking to see if Gudakesh Moti was striding out to the middle. Remember that innings that he played in the last match to get the Windies over the line, 28 from 20. Yeah, conventional left-arm spin delivery, turning away from Alec Artanes. Off spin, turning away. Him as well will try to back up his last over. Bowl with good economy, send that required rate a little bit higher. West Indians wanting more boundaries, wanting a few more boundaries in this critical moment. Nice opening off the blade, beautiful. Delightful to watch. Shafane Rutherford, this time with the deft touch.
Now this is really good from Shafane Rutherford. He just lost his partner, Artanes. He's in form. He's been there for 16 deliveries. Uses the pace and guides it down to that 3rd boundary. They need to keep scoring boundaries. They need another 76 from 40.
Try to get 10 in this over if he can. He's using the pace nicely from Mukim. That's one thing you see from his bowling. He's on average a little bit higher in pace. Sufyan Mukim does have his variation. He's another bowler in this Pakistan unit that can bowl and spin the ball away from you, bring the ball into you. Always handy to have that type of option as a skipper. So Salman Aga will want to use him and Siam Ayub. Good reverse from Chase. Doesn't take long to get off the mark. Doesn't get a boundary though, so he has to show the enterprise despite now arriving at the crease. Ruston Chase.
Yeah, a bit of improvisation through the legs of the wicketkeeper, but the effort in the field from Hassan Ali, saving 2 runs. Hope he hasn't injured himself.
West Indian standpoint, they'll be comfortable with getting at least 55 in the last 5. There's that delivery that goes away from the right-hander. I spoke about the mystery that he brings, Mukim. You think of Sunil Narain. Another bowler who can spin the ball in and away from batters. So difficult to counter. And you're searching for boundaries, searching for a required rate of over 11. 7 from the over.
Yeah, Hudi.
And it stays 7. A little bit of aggression too, so good work from Mukim. After 14, 117 for 3.
The last 30 balls produced 34 runs for West Indies and just 1 wicket. That required run rate is now jumping to 12. Just over 12. Rutherford is well set on 23 from 17 with a strike rate of 135.
Wickets in hand for the Windies. You think that they're in control, but the margin narrow between both sides. Yeah, a little bit of aggression to attitude in this contest. Remember, it's a series decider. Pakistan won the first game, then the West Indies roared back, and now neck to neck, these two teams. 73 from 36. That's the equation. Will Rutherford make a move now? Ayub, another bowler, Stacey Ann King, that will spin the ball into Rutherford and away. Has that conventional off break.
1-1.
And he will use. At times, he will bowl that carom ball.
Yeah, and in the first match, it's something we saw Pakistan did quite well. Bowl those deliveries out going away from the right-handed batters. And they weren't able to read it. Win predictors Pakistan with 70%.
Green dominating. Right, Roston Chase. Ayub surely will use that carom ball to spin away from him. Will Chase cover the line and go big. Sweeps. Leg side, and that's 4. So brilliant shot from Roston Chase, and pressure now on Ayub.
Yeah, this is excellent from Chase. Not advancing down the track, but using the sweep shot. Yeah, sweeping backward of point. Picking up a boundary, so pressure on.
1-1, ये अच्छा है, ये अच्छा है. इधर आ जा, मार दे.
Martinez was so good with his reverse sweep, the use of his feet coming down the pitch on a similar length. Got his wicket. Again, maybe the wrong decision. Yeah, he knows it. He was well set, and he will learn from that experience. That's big. That's massive. Shafeen Rutherford comes up trumps.
Yeah, this is the damage he can do, Shafeen Rutherford, once he spends time in the middle. He sits back, gets the length, gets under it, and dispatches it into the boundary. 95m6. That's what he's capable of. That's exactly what Akeal Hussain is saying.
Did have a chat with him before the start of the game. He felt that he wasn't as nimble with his footwork and judging length too, and reacting to the ball. Didn't have to go after that one. Again, as a batter, the longer you stay out in the middle, more runs you accumulate, it becomes easier. Your ability to judge length is more efficient. We're seeing that with Rutherford and his innings. 30 from 20.
Yeah.
Goes after it again. That should be a wide, yeah. So clear plan now to take Rutherford wide. We've seen the Australians do that in the last series. Now Pakistan deploying a similar plan.
Yeah, which isn't bad because you're asking him to score where he's not comfortable. He's very strong on the pull. Yes, he can cut, but it takes away a lot of power if he has to score on the off.
Use the top hand a little bit more too.
Yeah.
Go straight. So just bluffs him on that occasion. Dot in the over, 13 from it, 130 for 3. Grab your seats, folks. Buckle up because this could be a real cliffhanger. 60 required from 30 now. When you look at middle phase, the West Indies doing brilliantly. Not achieving that type of production of runs. They got 71. Their best in the series, so it sets things up for the last 5. Hassan Ali back with the ball. Shafin Rutherford will like this. He loves pace on the ball. Will Hassan Ali go slower balls, slower deliveries into the pitch to counter the power of Rutherford?
It just has to be clear on his scoring with Rutherford, as well as Hassan Ali. Just has to be clear on the length he wants to bowl at Rutherford, because he knows if he misses by the smallest of margins, he will be dismissed.
Remember, still Romario Shepherd, Gudakesh Moti, Jason Holder to come. So there is that insurance or luxury of power in this chase. Who is the call?
Yeah, this is good. Picking up 2 runs. Yeah, if boundaries aren't coming, you still need to keep run scoring.
And there is a strong offside field. There is a deep point. There's a deep cover and a long off. So that is where the bias will be in terms of line from Hassan Ali to Shafin Rutherford. Yep, good. The execution, brilliant from Hassan Ali. We see a little change in his guard, but not in full control. Swinging fiercely at that one.
And bowling from wide of the crease as well, so continuing along that line, forcing Rutherford to do something different.
Straight, yeah, I was wondering when that option will come. So still, he's creating that guesswork for Shafin Rutherford. Although he has that bias and strengthening of the field offside, that one delivery, the 4th, goes with that straighter line, that attacking Yorker. Just to keep Rutherford thinking. That's the smarts you often see from bowlers at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, and it's a pace on delivery as well, so making it even more difficult for Rutherford not to get under that Yorker length delivery, either to play straight or to play into the onside.
Boundary needed by the West Indians. And he will get it. Short ball, top edge. Rutherford wouldn't mind that because the outcome is achieved.
Yeah, Hassan Ali, on the other hand, will mind because it's a short delivery, something we haven't seen very much in this match. Yeah, fortuitous, coming off the shoulder of the bat and just going over the head of the wicketkeeper. 7 runs from the over. How does he close it off?
Sweetly timed, and that's 4. His highest score in the series, and that's the most glorious stroke we've seen from him. Signs of greater things to come. 11 from the over, 141 for 3.
Yeah, again, the quickness of his hands, opening the face and getting through that point region. Excellent placement. Rutherford moves on to 40, his highest score of the series. And in this World Cup cycle.
Harris Ralph, 49 required from 24. I think Roston Chase was across his stumps, just towards the off stump prior to release.
This is where Harris Ralph is normally in his element. The back end of the innings. Express pace. He'll stand his mark, he'll know exactly what he's going to bowl. The Yorker, maybe a wide Yorker, the Yorker at the stumps, or the slow one, but this is what he's known for, back end.
Very good, initiated by Roston Chase. Rutherford was a little slow to take off of a second, but Chase touched down and he was going to the danger end, in truth and in fact.
I made sure that he pushed Rutherford. Rutherford wasn't coming. And they come back for the second. In between those big hits, you need to still be able to get those braces, get those runs flowing, because the required rate is almost touching 13. He wants the fielder move to the offside. Is still that discussion? No, it goes back to short square leg. Swing and a miss. Pressure builds. Again, just outside off stump. He's bowling outside off stump. Roston Chase trying to hit this too hard. There's enough pace to just try and open up the offside even. Go over extra.
Still same field, no one at deep backward square leg. And Shahid Afridi paid the penalty for bowling 2 straight the other night with that last ball with no deep square, deep point, deep cover. Too wide. And there are issues or challenges at the other end, because you look at the batting to come for the West Indies with Jason Holder in excellent form, Romario Shepherd, good hitting power with Moti. Casey Carty in there, but we're talking power, and Hassan Ali is not at his best. So there's no banking, no guarantee for number 32 with potential overs left. There is the left arm spin of Mokeem, who will be invaluable for his final over. Fahim Ashraf has a couple. Could see Roston Chase, because of what the field is set like, to chase it across a stump. looking for the line to pummel it. Losing his shape. Just use the pace. As you said, Basit, I think use the pace, open the face, in and over the gap.
Yeah, there's enough pace. You want to just be thrashing at it. Even just guide it down to third. Third is right on that circle. It's quite fine, but you could either try and go over extra cover or just guide it down. Use Haris Rauf's space.
It's flown away. Desired result for the West Indies and for Chase in the run chase.
And that's the risk. He will bowl outside off stump. He will bowl at high pace. So anything off the edge flies away. Just missed short third. And that's the boundary he was looking for. Well, again, a huge swing, but the result in his favor.
Covering his stumps with that left leg as well, just in case Haris Rauf decides to bluff him and go straight. The right leg goes outside the off stump, but the left leg stays. Just because of that. Just to cover that delivery. 149 for 3. That's the end of that for Austin Chase tonight. They've retired it. Starting to see it more and more in the game. Austin Chase retired from the middle because he's been struggling to keep up with the pace that is required for a better form batter, no guarantee, but Holder with his heroics 24 hours ago has been in much better form.
Needed. Last 3 overs remain. You got one for Sufyan Mukim, one for Haris Rauf. Does Salman Ali Agha trust Hassan Ali, or does he go to Fahim Ashraf for that 3rd over? But Pakistan will be hoping they close the game out in these next 12 deliveries. Sufyan Mukim, Jason Holder on strike with Austin Chase being retired. Almost 14 to the over required.
I need to remember the most prominent case in recent times. Tilak Varma got retired out. Where was that? In Lucknow, I think it was, during the IPL.
Yeah!
He's got his man. This is an important over. He's still standing there. He wants confirmation, Jason Holder. But he has to go. So the form batter is gone.
Yeah, Sufyan Mukim with that little flipper. Holds it quite quickly, skids off the surface. Goes leg side and hits leg stump. Does Sufyan. A twist in the game. Pakistan just now applying the pressure. Runs needed. An important 18th over. A dot delivery and then the wicket. Jason Holder, no runs today. 149 for 5.
Romario Shepherd took the West Indies close last night, but his innings was ended before Jason Holder did his business.
Bowled that flipper time and time again and just zip through by Sufyan Mukim. Just held back by Salman Ali Agha, the wrist spin. He has got Mario Shepard out in this series with that flipper.
Off the mark straight away. There's confirmation that Ruston Chase is the first batter from a full member nation to be retired out in T20 international cricket. Retired.
Forty or 15. Need a couple of boundaries this over, and it's up to Sherfin Rutherford. Where does he go? There's extra cover he could look at, but he'll probably have a googly or flipper to contend with. Lovely, they bowled that wide line. This over has been fantastic, just a single off it. 4 deliveries, just a single off it.
I think there was a single available 2 balls ago. Rutherford chose not to take the single to expose, probably whether it's to expose Shepard. It was to the right of cover. Straight away he turns away. There was a run there. He chose not to take it. Into the gap. Get 2. 1-5-2 for 5.
After 18 overs, West Windies are 152 for 5.
Eyes on this cricket ground here. Matthew Ford, Johnson Charles. 38 required from the last 2 overs. Bazid Khan, Pakistan, West Indies, neutrals wherever you are in the world. Last ball finished 24 hours ago. Harris Ralph to bowl the penultimate over. And Shepard is a good ball striker if given the chance. Nice gap finding for a couple. It's a line that China Afridi bowled last night wide of off stump and then went straight to Shepard.
Harris off previous over as well, bowled outside off stump. I think that's the line he's going to persist with. 36 off 11. Need a huge over here to set up the final over, but it is Harris Ralph with those wide Yorkers.
Why? Harris Ralph doesn't agree. He has no choice. Who bowls that last over? It comes down to that. Who bowls that last over?
Got the option of Hassan Ali and also Fahim Ashraf, the 2 bowlers that probably Salman Ali Agha will be thinking about. I reckon he's still maybe just looking at the runs left in the last over.
Good from Harris on that occasion.
What Salman Ali Agha is banking on is that Harris Ralph almost closes the match out this over. His 4 deliveries remaining. If he goes for 10 even, that is good enough. You bet on Hassan Ali saving 24 off the last over, but it is up to Sherfin Rutherford to find the fence.
And we've talked about at times in the IPL and against Australia, teams have gone wide of off stump when they've tried to limit him. There's a deep Wide third and a deep extra cover. Does Harris try to go wide? He does. They're thinking two. And they do get two.
It just got to that stage. Any delivery that doesn't disappear to the fence is the win for Pakistan. 32 of 9. Needs a couple of sixes now, really.
Watch for the wide line again. Where's Rutherford standing? Oh, missed it, and that's an area that he's had problems with. A full toss, doesn't nail it. And we heard Jason Holder talk about the run chase last night with Shepherd. He said he counted it in sixes. They needed 5 sixes, they got 4.
It's just getting to that stage where probably West Indies now need 4 sixes. Sort of closing the game out. The 19th over, trusted by Salman Ali Agha. He's just not conceded a boundary so far.
That's high. It could go all the way. It has gone all the way. That's one of what they needed. Harris Rav bangs the ground. Didn't take it wide enough.
And missed his length completely, didn't land it. A full toss. Outside off stump, and he's been dragged leg side. Immense power. Hasn't completely middled it, but it was way enough. 81 meters. West Indies will want Rutherford to get another one. 26 of 7.
It's a nice 50, a nice return to form. First 15, 21 innings for Rutherford. Gets it wider this time. So 165 for 5, 25 needed from the last over. West Indies need all the help they can get, and they've gotten one by way of a fielding penalty for a slow over rate. Only 4 fielders allowed outside of the circle. And it is a stiff task of 25, not impossible. 6 is needed. And Hassan Ali is charged with bowling the final over. Deep backward point. Does he go wide? He does go wide. Dot ball.
The tactic working. Rutherford wants the wide. He's not getting it. Now it's down to 5 deliveries. Everything almost has to disappear. 4 sixes. Right on that guideline, that blue line. And he'll persist there for Hassan Ali.
That was interesting that he went from wide of off stump to 2 straight. The hardest part of the ground, not impossible for Rutherford to hit a 6. What's the hardest part where you can make him work? Is it wide of off stump? He goes straight and down to long on and taken. Pakistan have really fought and battled in the last 5 or 6 overs or so to put themselves out front, and it continues the good work.
Now Hassan Ali, this time angling it back in, not a lot of length to work with. The whip to the leg side, and it goes straight to Saibzada Farhan. Pakistan closing the door on West Indies. Rutherford 51, it's now 166 for 6.
More sixes needed. That will not do any good for the West Indies. It skidded away into the boundary.
Now trying to flick it away, too full. Didn't get underneath it, but Saibzada Farhan got underneath it comfortably. Pakistan been very good defensively with their bowling. Sufyan Mukim, Haris Rauf. The back end is closing the innings off.
And there is our Coca-Cola fan of the day, having a great time at the cricket. As they say, sip it with cricket. Who will you share a Coke with? Coca-Cola, the new soft drink and hydration partners of Cricket West Indies. But it is Pakistan and Hassan Ali who has followed Haris Rauf to the delight of Salman Aliaga for what surely will be a 7th consecutive T20 series win for Pakistan against the West Indies. They've never lost a multi-match series to the West Indies in T20Is. Hit that nicely, but too little, too late from Gudakesh Moti.
Just the one delivery now remains. Length provided and thumped away by Modi. But it'll be Pakistan who goes smiling. It was a chase which looked very promising, but that little stage between the 15th to the 19th over, it just fell away.
Confirmation of another series victory for Pakistan against the West Indies. Second series win for Salman Aliaga's team. After the last ball defeat 24 hours ago, they've come back to winning ways, completing the victory here by 13 runs. They just have the wood over the West Indies, home or abroad, in this format of the game.
Started off with the magnificent opening partnership, Saim Ayub and Saibzada Farhan. And then Pakistan did the job with the ball. West Indies really threatened, but it was not the middle overs this time around. It was the end overs where Pakistan really turned the screw. Saim Ayub in another fabulous performance with the ball and the bat. And Saibzada Farhan set the tone. Pakistan getting an impressive 189 and then being able to defend that. Haris Rauf coming back into bowling form. Fabulous from Sufyan Mukim. He's had a wonderful series. The left arm wrist spinner. He bowled important overs. And today again, coming back at the very end and providing that last screw which turned, and West Indies just had too much to do in the end. And Pakistan worthy winners.
Mike Hesson will be pleased, very pleased, because they've talked about shifting the way Pakistan play this format of the game. Remember, no Babar Azam, no Mohammad Rizwan. They went down in Bangladesh in difficult conditions. So they're seeing a move forward. Getting to 189. And then, but nothing, Mukim. I think Mukim was good. Haris Raf, as you said, very good at the end. And Hassan Ali is perhaps best over of the series coming up trumps. The opening partnership was quite good, actually, with Andrew and more so Afanase getting the team off to a quick start and a good power play. Rutherford fought, battled, but not enough impetus after over number 15, where they were neck and neck with the progress of Pakistan, and it all fell away through some excellent bowling.
Haris Rauf, 4 overs, 1 for 34. Nawaz with the wicket, Hassan Ali with the wicket, but Sufyan Mukim, 4 overs, 13 dots, 1 for 20, closing the innings off and making sure Pakistan came on the right side of the game.
So it is a series-winning victory in this third T20 international. Pakistan took the first. West Indies came back off the last ball in the second, but getting to 189 for 4 today, batting first again, did the job, and the West Indies, they battled and faded away in the last 5 overs, 176 for 6. CG United moment of the match. That initial breakthrough, a key wicket of Jewel Andrew by Haris Rauf, and Hassan Ali taking the catch. And the celebration was something to behold. We'll be seeing it for some time to come. But that hard length, heavy length to Jewel Andrew is something I think that has worked against him in this short and brief series. He's got some rhythm, Harris. CG United, moment of the match. One series complete, and we move on to the CG United ODI series coming this Friday, August the 8th in South Trinidad in Tarouba, and of course qualification points for the Cricket World Cup at stake for both these nations. Two coaches, one happier than the other. A little man but big stature in Mike Hesson. Yes, hold the bat up. Farhan and Saeem Ayub with their excellent opening stand and the excellent rhythm and poise of Haris Rauf and Mukim. Happy skipper Salman Aliaga, very pleased. We take a shot.
West Indies going down against Pakistan 2-1 in this CWI T20 International Series. They were on course after 10, on course after 15 overs. But at the 20th over, it was Pakistan who reigned supreme. A gutsy performance by Mike Hesson's men as they build towards the Asia Cup and then the T20 World Cup. Pakistan win by 13 runs. Outstanding performances from Farhan and Ayub, who put on 138 together. Ayub 250s in the series, and he's been very good with the ball as well. 4 wickets in the first 2 games, and just 1 this evening for the West Indies. Well, a lot of thinking for Darren Sammy to do with the direction in which this team is going. Once 3rd ranked, not too long ago in 2024, they'll be hoping to find some semblance of success. A reminder, we've finished our T20 International Series here in Fort Lauderdale, but no time to rest because the ODIs are coming up. It's the CG United ODI Series. It starts Friday, August 8th, and the 3 T20s come to you live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's been truly an enjoyable series to be here in Fort Lauderdale, actually, and interact with the diaspora. Thank you to the fans who have come out. Let's go down to Darren Ganga.
Welcome to the end of series presentation of the Cricket West Indies T20 International Series, West Indies versus Pakistan 2025. Congratulations to Pakistan for winning tonight by 13 runs and clinching the series 2-1. We'd like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible: CG United, Betcage Sports, Dasani, Courts, Macron, Coca-Cola, Powerade, and Visit Lauderdale. I'd now like to ask Mr. Linford Inverary, Chief Operating Officer of Cricket West Indies, to come forward and present the award for the CWI Player of the Match. And the winner, Sahib Zada Farhan, for his innings of 74 from 53. Had that brilliant partnership at the top with Siam Ayub. And he also had that catch to dismiss Shafeen Rutherford. So we will have a chat with him with the help of his skipper. First, congratulations to you, Farhan.
Thank you.
14 and 3 in the innings and the series before this innings. What made the difference tonight?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। मेरे ख्याल से अल्लाह का जितना शुक्र अदा कर दूँ कम है, क्योंकि मैं जब भी इस तरह इनिंग्स खेलता हूँ तो उससे बड़े फ़ायदा ये होता है कि हम मैच जीते एज ए टीम। तो बड़ी खुशी होती है कि जब इस तरह रन स्कोर हम मैच जीते।
So he's basically saying whenever I play the innings like that, we always win. So whenever he made run, we always win, and he's very happy with that because he always wanted to score runs when the team wins.
Well, long may that continue. I just want to ask you too, did the conditions tonight change as compared to the previous 2 matches?
मेरे ख्याल से कंडीशन सेम थे, लेकिन हम और सेम ने यही माइंड बनाया था कि जिस तरह हमें बॉल मिलेगा तो हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं, एग्रेसिव क्रिकेट खेलेंगे और अच्छे इंटेंट के साथ खेलेंगे।
So he's saying it was not really a massive difference between the first 2 wickets as well, but him and Sam wanted to just take the game on. Whenever he thinks there's an opportunity to score run, they always wanted to score run. That's why they succeed.
We don't often see century run opening partnerships in T20 cricket. You achieved that with Siam Ayub. How much does he help and aid your success as a batter at the top?
मेरे ख्याल से सैम के साथ मुझे बैटिंग करते बहुत मज़ा आ रहा है, क्योंकि वो काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस और साथ साथ समझाती भी है। तो मेरे ख्याल से एक बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है मेरे लिए भी उसके साथ खेलना, और जिस तरह हमारा 100 रन का पार्टनरशिप, तो उम्मीद करते हैं कि आरसीबी इसी तरह होगा।
So he's saying he loves batting with Saim, and whenever they bat together, they communicate with each other and they help each other. And he said we are hoping to score runs, many 100-run partnership in future as well.
Finally, early days for you in international cricket. Of course, this Player of the Match award. How significant is this in the context of your team Pakistan winning tonight, the series too?
जी बिल्कुल खुशी होती है कि हम लास्ट जो 3 में 2 सीरीज़ हम जीत गई है, तो इंशाल्लाह आगे जो हमारा टेस्ट सीरीज़ इंशाल्लाह उस पर पूरा फोकस है, इंशाल्लाह उसके आगे एशिया कप पे तो पूरा फोकस उस चीज़ पे है।
Yeah, he said, I'm very happy we have won like 2 series out of 3, and we are focusing on Tri-Nation Series, which is in next month, and Asia Cup.
Fabulous to see you back. Congratulations on your award.
Thank you.
Right, that was our CWI player of the match, Sahibzada Farhan. Moving on, I'll now invite Mr. Miles Bascom, Director of Cricket West Indies, to present the CWI player of the series. And we had a few contenders, but the winner goes to Mohammad Nawaz for his excellence with the ball. 7 wickets in the series, an economy of 6.3, and a best bowling figures of 3 for 14. The left-arm spinner was a standout figure in this series. First, tell me about your bowling and what worked well for you throughout the course of this series.
I think when you get these kind of conditions, the plan gets a little bit basic. I was just sticking with the team plan and just tried to bowl in the good area. So the natural variation I was getting from the pitch.
I looked at your bowling tonight. You didn't complete and exhaust your quota of 4 overs. Very unlike the first 2 matches. The rationale behind that?
No, I think today was the pitch a little bit better than the first 2 games, and then the situation of the game, right-left combination, and plus the way I did first over. So it was just about the situation of the game. That's why I couldn't finish quota. It worked well for us.
You don't often see spinners bowl in the power play, bowl in the middle, and bowl in the back end of the innings. Talk to me a little bit about how you handle that pressure of bowling against batters who are coming after you.
Yeah, definitely. I did new ball before as well, all my career as well. So I have a little bit idea as well how to bowl in the power play, and especially when Caribbean players are strong guys, you know. So I have to be very 100% with my line and length all the time. And I was just, again, as I said, I was keeping my plan simple and just stick with the basics.
We were talking on commentary a lot about how you change your lengths. You know, you bowl full, you bowl in that good length area, and then you go short at times. What determines your length that you bowl in conditions and, again, opposition batters?
I think in these days, if you bowl in the one line and length and one pace, so batsman can line you up very easily. So the idea is always just stay away, stay ahead of the batsman. Whatever the batsman is thinking, you have to do opposite that. And the minute you succeed in that plan, so you get successful. You get more chances to get success.
Just for the world to know, do you have a particular spinner that you pattern yourself against?
My favorite all-rounder was Yuvraj Singh, of course, and I used to watch him a lot, and Shahid Bhai. So, yeah, as a spinning all-rounder, I follow them a lot.
Well, congratulations on your award, Mohammad Nawaz. It was great to see you bowl, and enjoy the win.
Thank you.
The CWI player of the series, Mohammad Nawaz, for his 7 wickets. Now, time to bring in Shea Hope to have a chat. Shea, tough loss. I mean, you competed well. Where did you think you lost this one?
Well, firstly, I must commend the bowlers for the effort that they put in for the entire series. But we probably let them get a little bit too much runs. Yes, the wicket was a little bit more conducive for stroke play today, but yeah, still felt as though 190 would have been enough for us to chase. But if you want to be very critical, then maybe a couple runs in the bowling department.
Yeah, just looking at things strategically now, it's another series in this current T20 World Cup cycle. What would you say are the gains for you as a captain and as a team?
Well, we speak about execution with the ball a lot, and it's something that we're seeing progression. We just need to be a little bit more consistent. It's something that we're always going to be picking at as a bowling group. But yeah, same thing with the batting, you know, making sure we deal with those middle overs a lot better, and you know, our usual power in the back end. So just trying to have that complete cricket game in all 3 areas. So it's something that we definitely need to look at, but I can see some progression in small areas, but it's consistency I'm looking for.
And same with progression, we saw that with the batting. What exactly pleased you with the effort tonight?
Just that intent, something that we spoke about yesterday after the game, and just the way how Alec came out and showed that class that he has. Same with Joel in his first series. They show that they're very capable of playing these conditions at in this level. Yeah, it's just something that the guys, you know, put straight into practice from the meetings that we would have had. But like I said, consistency is key, and if you want to be the best team in the world, you got to be doing things repeatedly, and it's something that we didn't do for the last couple of games and series, but certainly something to improve on.
How are you enjoying this new challenge of captaining West Indies in this format of the game?
Oh, it's tough. You know, the games are quick and fast as well, so there's not much time to really talk and discuss things, and then obviously there's not much prep time physically, but it's a challenge. It's something that we can't look for excuses that regardless of what's happening, we still got to find ways to come out and win. The fans don't want to hear that we only got 1 or 2 games to prepare. They want to see results, and we still got to find ways to keep challenging ourselves and find ways to get better. So it's up to us. We got to put together as a team and try to get as many wins as possible for the fans at West Indies Cricket.
I hope you continue finding the ways. Tough luck tonight. All the very best to you.
Thank you.
Right, that was Shea Hope. Time now for Salman Agha, the captain of Pakistan, to come and have a chat. Salman, you're smiling. What pleased you the most about this win and this series?
I'm always smiling. Yeah, it was a complete team performance, and I think throughout the series we were very good. And there was obviously always going to be areas which we need to improve. But yeah, as a team, we just want to keep improving and keep going forward.
You stumbled in your last T20 international series against Bangladesh in Bangladesh. A bit of redemption for you as skipper moving forward?
To be honest, for me, it doesn't matter we win or lose. Yeah, winning is very, very important. But as long as we are keep improving and keep doing the right things and we remember our process, I think that's all matter. Because I think if we do that, like more often, we will win most of the games.
You scored 189 batting first, and then in the defense, the West Indies looked on course. Where did you think you closed the game out in that defense?
I think it was a different pitch. First 2 pitch was slow. I think it was a slightly better pitch, and making on 190 on its pitch still a very, very, very big, massive booster for us. But yeah, I think the way our spinners bowled in the middle, the way Sufyan bowled, I think throughout the series is outstanding. I think he's the one who brings us the game back. And then Haris, the way he bowled his last 2 overs, and even in the power play, and Fahim, and then Hassan Ali showed his character bowling last over, and it's just like amazing as a captain to see that.
Yeah, and you, of course, have a few options in your team with mystery bowlers who can spin the ball into and away from batters. How much of an asset is that for you when you're defending a target?
It's always a massive asset because they are the people who can win you a game from nowhere. So we do want to have these kind of people, and we have seen Sufyan today. He just come and bowl he's bowling like 17, 18 over at his age. I think it's outstanding. So us having him and Ibrar, to be honest, he hasn't played this game, but they are very, very big asset for us.
And finally, what does this series win mean for you as you look towards that next Men's T20 World Cup?
Yeah, it's whatever series we are playing, it's important for us. But for me and as a team, we just want to keep improving and keep following our process. I think as I said earlier as well, if we do that, if we follow our process, we have enough talent in our team. We will win most of the games.
Well, thank you for your time. Congratulations. I now invite you to go across and collect your winning trophy from the President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow. Congratulations, Pakistan.
From Dr. Kishore Shallow to collect his trophy in his second series win, Salman Agha. He will be very pleased, and lovely that they've got one of the younger members, more inexperienced members, Mukim at the front, but it's a unit that will continue their preparation, gearing up closer to finding their strongest 11 and getting their best team for the T20 World Cup in Asia next year. And the way they fought through and won the big moments in times of adversity will please Mike Hesson, who deserves credit as well for the way he's come in and changed the norm in Pakistani cricket over the last 3 series. He's won 2 out of 3 and could have easily won 3 out of 3 going down to Bangladesh. But the young players, especially their spinners, is which would have been the focus, knowing the conditions will be pleasing to that man. Trophy, this will be a special moment for someone like a Saibzada Farhan, very new in his T20 international career. Saim Ayub had a good series, couple of 50s and 2 wins, as well as 5 wickets. He was also a front runner for that Player of the Series award. Haris Rauf as well with his express pace. He's back fit and firing. And don't forget Shaheen Shah Afridi, who returns to international cricket here for the first time in a couple of months. A hard-fought series then belongs to Pakistan. They set 189. The innings ebbed and flowed, but it was set up by their openers. 250s, one from Farhan, one from Ayub, and then execution at the back end from Rauf and Hassan Ali meant that the West Indies fell 13 runs short. We will take a break and we'll be back with some analysis. Do stay with us.
Welcome back, everyone, to Florida and the Broward County Park, where Pakistan have clinched the series by winning this 30-20 international. Pakistan got 189 on the board, thanks in the main to that opening partnership between Farhan and Ayub, half centuries for them both. And then the West Indies, they got a decent opening stand as well, with Afanase and Jewel Andrew. Afanase being the leading scorer. Shafin Rutherford also got a half century, but in the end, Pakistan prevailed by 13 runs. And this crowd that has turned up here has really enjoyed the way their team has gone on to win their 7th consecutive series against the West Indies. They've been full of energy on this tour. And the players doing the absolute right thing by going into the crowd and signing autographs and taking photos. Samuel Badri and Bazid Khan is here with me. Bazid, let's get a perspective on the outcome of the series and tonight's match and what this means.
It's very important the way that Salman Ali Agha and Mike Hesson, the way that they're proceeding towards, especially the World Cup. Everything's proceeding towards that World Cup, how they want to develop their side. 20 over par, which is what Hesson wants today. It was 20 over par, and then I think the defensive bowling skills at the back end, which really came to the fore. They've decided on who to bowl and where to bowl and stuck to their plans. I think wide Yorkers for Haris Rauf and the manipulation of actually getting Sufyan Mukim in the 17th, 18th back end of the innings was very good for Salman Ali Agha. As a group, they're, I think, progressing nicely to the way that they want to play going forward in T20 cricket.
Samuel, what about the West Indies? And they were in the contest for some time in this game.
Yeah, it was another disappointing performance from them, given the fact that they've lost, what, 6 of the last 7 series now as a group. We came into this contest, I suppose, hoping for the best from a West Indian perspective, that they can actually get over the line. And as you rightly mentioned, for much of the batting effort, they were in with a shout, a wonderful opening partnership from 2 youngsters who are now finding their feet in this format and in international cricket. So lots to like from that perspective, but just, you know, a couple overs in that middle phase where they were a little bit quiet, that really cost them in the back end. So I think on a good surface like this, maybe their decision making with the batting order too could have been tinkered with a little bit, but overall disappointing again from their perspective.
The real setup of this victory for Pakistan was with Farhan and Saeem Ayub, a wonderful opening partnership. Farhan, and your thoughts, Basit, on him?
Yeah, very happy with the way that Farhan played. It was slightly better pitch, but when he gets runs, he makes sure that he gets pressure off Saeem Ayub, because he'd always take the aerial route against the spinners and also the fast bowlers. And the type of form that he's been all year in, his runs are very impactful, and you've seen that with the spinners. He was able to hit leg side by backing away and also making them bowl to his strength by actually going across and going forward and back in the crease. I think he's very important at the top of the order, and today I thought tonight he helped Saeem Ayub develop, because he took the pressure initially of scoring quickly.
Yeah, we'll see more of him, and a good series for Saeem Ayub, Samuel Badri.
Yeah, he knows this opposition well. He's played in the CPL before, and as Baz rightly mentioned, that he had an opportunity to get himself set, as Farhan did, the bulk of the heavy lifting up front. But that partnership, that right-left combination, which is so important in this format, and just his range as well. He is quite diminutive, but he still has the power to be successful in this format. So at times you would see him getting inside the line, using the pace of the bowlers. I think he is a quite cerebral player. The way he's able to manipulate the bowling, he's good against pace and against spin. So yeah, he's just continuing to build on what we've seen from him at the international level.
And it's not just the runs, Basit, that he scores, and great on him to be out there still, because fans are very important, but the wickets, 5 important wickets in the series.
Yeah, and that adds another element to that Pakistan lineup. They're very big on all-rounders, and Saeem, an opening batter who can give you the overs. He can even bowl in the power play, and like you said, very important the role of bowling to both left and right-handers. He bowls the carom ball to the right-handers, making sure that the ball turns away from them, and to the left-handers predominantly off-spin, which turns away from them. So he gives you a huge dimension with his bowling up front, even in the power play or in the middle overs.
Yeah, it's good to see such young men continue to develop, and one of the other ones who's come in a little bit older than Joel Andrew by maybe 6, 7, 8 years, but Afeni is coming back, and that half century today, what did we see that was so enlightening?
Yeah, he was plucked out of that Windward Islands 50-over tournament, didn't get here on time for game 1. But this is what we saw from him, his ability to play those sweeps. And when he was at the crease, he really negated the potency of the Pakistani spinners. It's a pity we don't have a few more players who can play shots like that and have that full range. But whilst he was out there, he looked in total control against the spinners, something that we haven't seen often from West Indian batters.
Yeah, I just hope that they continue to persevere with him across formats. The investment has been made in him. Let's jump back to a couple of things that you said about Pakistan's bowlers and talk to me about that group.
I think the main skill that Pakistan bowlers have, especially with Haris Rauf coming back in the attack, he bowls the difficult overs at the back end. And then up front, he's got extra pace to battle with. I think this was a pitch where it was a good batting surface and it needed extra pace. Plus the fact that Nawaz has just had such a brilliant tournament altogether, and then obviously Saim Ayub. But you would have thought on this surface, and with the options that Pakistan have, with the wrist spin of Sufyan Mukim and Abrar still sitting out wanting a game, it is quite a complete bowling attack which does not compromise their batting strength, which they're trying to build their team around. All-rounders which give them batting strength, but even with the bowling, because of those all-rounders, it's pretty complete.
Yeah, good to see that where they could leave out Shaheen. That retired out decision there, you felt that the batting order could have been reworked, Samuel Badri. What would you have liked? What are your thoughts first on the retired out?
Yeah, that's a real-time decision that you have to make, especially in this format. You don't have too much time before things can spiral out of control. So I think it was good to get him out. Of course, it didn't work because Jason Holder came in and he was dismissed in the next over. But maybe someone like a Romario Shepherd as well could have entered the equation before Ruston Chase. I know the consideration might have been the batting against the spinners and how adept he is against that bowling type. But with that equation and continuing to rise, maybe a few power hitters a little bit earlier into the equation. Like I said, you don't have much time to get those decisions right, and if a couple overs go by, that's the game gone.
Just taking that forward though, with Shepherd and with Jason Holder, and you, both of you can chime in on this, is there scope, given the form, given the power that we've seen, the versatility particularly of a Jason Holder, that these guys could not just in exigency, but they can move up a slot or two or three in the order permanently?
I think Jason Holder could move up any time. He's a very complete player, very good swing of the bat. He plays fast bowling and spin equally well. Today with the pitch consideration, it was a better pitch. It was the best pitch that we've seen in the 3 T20I. So maybe you could have gambled on sending them up the order. In the end, you actually slowed down in sort of the 16th, 17th, 18th over at the back end, which really cost you. Till then, you were almost in striking distance, so you might have just sent one of those up the order, maybe not send Chase in at all. Remember when Badri played and when Sammy got those T25 World Cups, Ramdin wouldn't bat sometimes. He would just play as a keeper, so the power hitters would go in front and make sure that they get the runs or chase it down. So this may be the ideal case where the power hitter should go up the order because of the runs required.
Yeah, I concur with him. I certainly think that someone like Romario Shepherd can go up the order because he has shown in the past the ability to bat like a proper batter. So maybe utilize him as a player who can give you a couple overs, but use his batting a little bit more. I don't think that we've necessarily utilized his power and his skill. I certainly want to see him being utilized a little bit more, as well as Jason Holder.
And that's the only way he will develop, because with Andre Russell now out of the picture, there is scope for that as we look forward now to the ODI series. And that is very important because of where these two teams are located, because World Cup 27 points are at stake. How do we see the setup? We don't know the situation with the injuries for the West Indies fully just yet.
Yeah, I was just having a quick chat there with the I suppose, the senior management of Cricket West Indies, and that's the very same thing that they said, that these matches are vitally important from a West Indian perspective for qualification for that 2027 World Cup. So they know it. I'm sure the players know it. Coach Sammy will know it. So they'll have to play every game as though qualification depends on it, because it does. And so they'll put their best 11 on the park, and hopefully for their sake they can get those valuable points that are at stake.
Where are they positioned with the 50-over game, with the West Indies 50-over game? Where is it at?
Yeah, we saw them being pummeled in England. They lost that series quite convincingly, so they're still finding their feet in that format as well. We've seen some scintillating performances from Matthew Ford and the like a little bit lower down. So I'm not entirely sure in terms of those guys who might be returning. Evan Lewis, for instance, is a crucial plug in that setup. So still, just like in the T20 format, they're trying to find their rhythm, find their form, and find their identity in 50 over as well.
Where's Pakistan positioned in terms of their own game?
It'll be interesting because it's the first series that Pakistan are going to play after the Champions Trophy. Rizwan, the captain, Babar coming into the side. So it's very important for those guys. Also the fact that they haven't played for so long and that they'll still want to build as an ODI side. A lot of focus is on the T20 side. Now it shifts there. And the biggest story will obviously be Babar in that ODI side, how he performs, and Rizwan, who haven't featured in the T20 side.
So just finally, there's a lot of hope with Pakistan cricket now, given the incremental improvements that we're seeing. Fans are starting to believe again.
Yes, they're still skeptical on where they will be able to sustain the type of cricket they want to play, but I think it's a step in the right direction. I think if the coach has his way and if he wants this to build and build, this is absolutely the way that modern T20 cricket is to be played. It changes every 6 months. Pakistan was falling behind. Now they may be just catching up.
Thank you very much for your thoughts, Samuel Battery and Bassett Khan. So much more to look forward to in this series, because Pakistan have taken the T20 International Series by 2-1. A better surface produced run scoring tonight, 189 for 4, and then the West Indies 176 for 6 really fell away in the last 5 overs. Pakistan winning by 13 runs and taking the 3-match series 2-1. We'll have a few days to travel and rest and then resurface again, because on Friday we have the beginning of the ODI series. Very important, as we've said, CG United first ODI on Friday, 8th of August at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad. We hope that you've enjoyed it from all of us here. We are very thankful that you could be with us here in Florida. It is a great place. It is a happy place. Hopefully, see you next time.
Hello, hello, hello. Great work, everybody. Highlights of the third T20 International between the West Indies and Pakistan started with a blitz from the Pakistani openers. It was a day of Farhan and Saim Ayub. 138 runs the two openers put on. Pakistan's highest opening stand in a couple of years, as Farhan showed his muscle in the power play to get to his third T20I 50 in 6 innings. And Saim Ayub would quickly follow suit. A day of adjustment for the young left-hander, getting to his second series 50. Akil Hossain, though, was able to outfox Farhan after that maximum. It was Shamar Joseph who went wide. Yeah. Missed one, my bad for me. Sorry, so sorry, brother. Forgive me. Sorry, Gav. Sorry. Yeah, let's go. Sorry, Les. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Neil. Sorry. Highlights of the third T20 International. It was West Indies taking on Pakistan. And it was a day of the openers from a Pakistani perspective. 138 runs put on between Saibzada Farhan and Saim Ayub, both with the use of their feet against the spin. And against the pace, muscle. Farhan getting to his third 50 in 6 T20 international innings. And Saim Ayub followed suit, adjusting, adapting well to the West Indian planning. His second 50 of the series. Farhan continued to dominate the spin. And soon, though, it would be a Shamar Joseph wide delivery, which would get him caught in the offside for the second time in the series. Hassan Nawaz, they expected some fireworks from him, but a bit of deception from Roston Chase with the slowing of the pace removed him, and Saim Ayub quickly followed. Jason Holder in the wickets. And at the end of the innings is where things just fell away. 19 off the final over. Pakistan getting to 189 for 4 with 59 coming off the last 5. A bit of sloppy work from the West Indian fielders. Those 59 runs had the Pakistani fans dancing and grooving, and so were the West Indians after watching a few outstanding drives from Joel Andrew, the use of the feet as well. And he complimented his opening partner, Alec Athanaze, who took down the spin. But Andrew, looking to be aggressive to close the power play, fell. Alec Athanaze showed us the wide range of his stroke play this evening with a reverse sweep. Shea Hope, captain, in at 3, couldn't find the boundary. But Rutherford, it was a return to form for him. His first 50 in 21 T20 innings as he watched Athanaze sweep and reverse sweep, getting to his first 50 in T20 internationals. As we saw the scoring behind square, he also scored in front square. The use of his feet, but then critical moment in the game, Saim Ayub removing him. Rutherford, maximum. He really does pack a punch, Sherfane Rutherford. The West Indies tactically retired Roston Chase, and that move didn't work because Jason Holder fell quickly, and the game just slipped away. Even though Rutherford brought up his milestone, it was Hassan Ali and Haris Rauf who held their nerve. At the back end, Pakistan winning by 13 runs and winning the series 2-1. Sorry about that, everyone, the redo.
Catch, time.
Powerplay.